for our doctoral research.
The doctoral program in economics of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, was established based on the decree of the Directorate General of Higher Education, number 2088, DT 2008, dated July 7, 2008, while the academic activities began in February 2009. PDIE FEB UNS was accredited A, Excellent, by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education in 2016 and is valid until 2021. Its vision is to be a doctoral program in economics with an excellent reputation at national and international levels. The program has the mission to conduct high-quality education and teaching in economics, management, and accounting that demand teachers' development and students' independence in acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitude while upholding ethics. Also, to conduct high-quality scientific research in economics, management, and accounting, and disseminating the results at the national and international levels. Additionally, conducting high-quality community service programs dedicated to the empowerment of society, business sectors, and governmental organizations. The doctoral program in economics is composed of 3 concentrations, which are accounting, management, and development economics. The management of this program consists of the program chair, 3 coordinators, and a number of support staff. All faculty members are scholarly academics and active researchers with PhDs from reputed universities abroad and domestic. Classrooms, discussion rooms, teleconference rooms, and a hall with internet access in all campus areas support academic activities. Access
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho SHM. The Honorable the Dean Faculty of Economics Universitas 11 Maret, Profesor Dr. Andes Joko Suharjanto M.Com Hons PhD AK, the Honorable the head of doctoral program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, as the chairman of the 4th ICBE 2022, Professor Dr. Rahmawati MSI AK. Our speaker, the Honorable Professor Corina Joseph from University Teknologi Mara Sarawak, the Honorable Professor Ewan Lau Pohok from University Malaysia Sarawak, the Honorable Dr. Rayenda Krishna Brahmana from University of Bahrain, the Honorable Professor Irwan Trinugroho from Universitas 11 Maret. Our co-host, the Honorable Representative from Universitas Gajayana Malang, STIE Widya Gama Lumajang, Universitas Slamet Riyadi Surakarta, Universitas Dian Nusantara, and all the beloved participants. Welcome to the 4th International Seminar and Colloquium on Business Economics, ICBE 2022. My name is Amelia, and I am your host today. This year, the 4th ICBE is organized by Economics Doctoral Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, Indonesia. On behalf of the organizers, we wish to extend our warm welcome and thank you to all participants, guests of honor. This conference is going to be held in 2 days, from Tuesday, September 27th until Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special event, we have several agendas as follows. Begin with singing to the national anthem of Republic Indonesia, then welcome address by the head of doctoral program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, and opening remarks from the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret. After that, before we start our main agendas, we will have prayer, then we proceed to keynote speaker first session and keynote speaker second session. Finally, is the parallel session. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, our first session is listening, singing to the national anthem of Republic Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Participant, please stand.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanahku padaku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu hidupku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I would like to invite the head of doctoral program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, and the chairman of 4th ICBE 2022 to deliver welcome address. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rahmawati, MSA AK.
Thank you very much, Amel. Respectable Prof. Joko Suharjanto, MCom Hons, PhD, accountant, Dean Economics and Business Faculty, all distinguished speakers, discussions, and participants of the 4th Doctoral Colloquium in Business and Economics. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We would like to convey to all of you participating in this colloquium my heartfelt welcome. First, on behalf of the doctoral program and Economics Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, we thank you very much for your participation in the 4th Doctoral Colloquium on Business and Economics. We are also grateful to all speakers and discussions for your contribution in improving the quality of this colloquium. Second, we would like to report some important parts of this event. There are more than 300 participants registered in this event and 45 papers will be presented. This event is basically dedicated to facilitating doctoral students and other scholars to disseminate their research papers. Here we have well-reputed discussions who will critique and provide inputs to the working papers presented in this colloquium. Third, let us briefly introduce the PDE FEB UNS. This program has been accredited excellent by the National Accreditation Board of Higher Education, in line with the Universitas 11 Maret and FEB's long-term vision to become a world-class university. This doctoral program has also designed a roadmap to accelerate its international reputation, including the research outputs particularly produced by the students. And concluding, let us reiterate our sincere hope that this event is worthwhile for you. We also strongly expect that this forum will lead to better outcomes of this doctoral program in the future. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Rahmawati, MSI AK. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is opening remarks by the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret. Please welcome Professor Dr. Joko Suharjanto, MCom Hons, PhD, AK.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wish to everyone. Salam Namo Buddhaya, kind regards. Respected ladies and gentlemen, I offer my heartfelt gratitude and I ask that you join me in continually thanking the Almighty God for making it possible for us to hold the 4th International Colloquium of Business and Economics in 2022 with the term the business and economic ramification of pandemic at Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. This international colloquium is one of the academic tradition that is part of the doctoral program in economics. Its primary objective to encourage doctoral students to become enthusiastic about the prospect of disseminating the scientific work that they have produced in an international setting. In addition to this, I would like to inform you that the fourth colloquium that took place this year was attended by approximately 300 participants from within the country as well as from other countries, and that 50 presenters were prepared to present their scientific work at the event. I hope that this will inspire the civitas of Universitas 11 Maret in Surakarta, particularly the doctoral program in economics, to continue to expand and develop as well as the implementation of the program Merdeka Belajar to develop excellent human resources to lead Indonesian forward. As Dean, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the following keynote speaker: Corina Joseph, Professor Dr. from University Teknologi Mara Sarawak, Evan Lau Pok Hok, Professor Dr. University Malaysia Sarawak, Rajendra Krishna Brahmana, PhD from University of Bahrain, and Professor Dr. Irwan Trinugroho from Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Welcome to the colloquium. God be with us of all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Andes Joko Suharjanto, M.Com Hons, PhD, AK. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our conference for today, let's we pray. Pray, begin. Pray, and ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next agenda, please, to all participants, to turn on the camera and using the virtual background. We will do the photo session to picture this moment. To all participants that join through Zoom, turn on the camera, please. We will take the picture in 3, 2, 1. Once again, we will take the picture in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two agendas in this event. First, keynote session, and second, parallel session. We are moving to the first agenda. In this first agenda, we have two keynote speakers. First keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Corina Joseph from University Teknologi Mara Sarawak. The second keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Evan Lau Pohok from University Malaysia Sarawak. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the first keynote speaker. The moderator for this session is Ms. Arum Darmawati, SAMM. Please allow me to deliver Ms. Arum Darmawati profile. Ms. Arum Darmawati is a lecturer in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. She received master's degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada and bachelor degree from UPN Veteran Yogyakarta. She is currently a doctoral student in Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret. To Ms. Arum Darmawati, time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Amel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the keynote sessions of the 4th International Colloquium on Business and Economics 2022, organized by the Doctoral Program of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. My name is Arum Darmawati, and I will be serving as your moderator for the sessions. In this occasion, we are going to have an opportunity to enrich our insight and knowledge by listening to our prominent speakers regarding to the theme of the seminar, the business and economics ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know that more than 2.5 years, we have been facing the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe that it influenced the way we deal with our lives, how we live, how we act, or how we react in these situations, especially from the business and economics perspective. Although the situation is starting to be under control, but the World Health Organizations have not made any statements about the status of the COVID-19 recently. In this conference, we are going to discuss more about how we can survive in this pandemic, hoping to be endemic soon, by empowering business and economic strategy. And to explore more about the topic, we have invited 4 prominent speakers for the keynote sessions, which we divide into 4 sessions, 2 sessions for today and 2 sessions for tomorrow. We would like to inform to all participants that the presenter will have 60 minutes for presentations, and after that, we will have the question and answer sessions. To all the participants, if you have any questions during the presentations, please type them into the chat box, and I will bring it up in the question and answer sessions. Or if you want to share your beautiful voice later on, you can ask directly to the speakers by clicking the raise hand button during the Q&A sessions. Okay, let's start the sessions. In this first sessions, we have Professor Corina Joseph, PhD, from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Good morning, Professor.
Morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. It's happy to have you here. Before we start the sessions, I would like to briefly introduce Professor Corina Joseph, PhD. Professor Corina Joseph, PhD, is a professor in Faculty of Accountancy, University Teknologi Mara, Sarawak, Malaysia, Associate Fellow Accounting Research Institute in 2022 to 2027, and an associate member of Malaysian Institute of Accountants. Her area of specializations includes corporate governance, public sector accounting and management, corporate social responsibility and sustainability reporting, corporate disclosure, strategic management, and financial criminology. She gained her master from University Teknologi Mara in 2000 and PhD from Curtin University, Australia in 2010. Her research track record has been demonstrated by winning and successfully delivering several research grants from funding agencies both inside and outside the university. With more than 27 years experience in teaching and research, she has successfully completed the supervisions of higher degree programs of more than 30 doctoral and master students. She has published more than 70 papers in referred academic journals and conference proceedings, books, and chapter books. She had received lots of awards. In 2021, she is listed in the World Sustainability Researcher, coordinated by Manchester Metropolitan University, UK, and she is in the UITM Top Q1 Authors and corresponding UITM First Author in the field of management and business. And in 2022, she is listed as the expert in the International Industry Academy Research Collaborations 2022 White Paper by BR Cross Cultural Center SDN BHD in collaboration with China Asian Alliance of University for Electronic Information Innovations of CAIH and Asia China Education and Cultural Associations. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Joseph, and she will deliver a paper entitled Digital Psychology for Accounting and Finance Professional, Bridging Theory and Practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Corina Joseph, PhD.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arum, for your kind introduction. Firstly, a very good morning to all. And I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, Prof. Dr. Jamal, and my friend, Professor Dr. Joko, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Dr. Rahmawati, the head of the Doctoral of Economics, UNS, my fellow speakers, with me, Prof. Iwan, and tomorrow, Dr. Rayendra, and also Prof. Irwan. They are all my friends, so I feel at home. Docents, discussants, postgraduate students. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. And here I am today to share with all of you my my title, that is Digital Psychology for Accounting and Finance Professionals, Bridging Theory and Practice. I have communicated with Ms. Siti about the slides, and this is the slides which I have added actually, and I have given Ms. Siti a few minutes before the conference because of there is an additional objective because yesterday when I looked through the program, the time allocated for my session is 2 hours. Wow, I'm very nervous though, because I know I can finish earlier than that, but I was relieved when Ms. Arum mentioned just now the speech itself will be only 1 hour. So I'm Corina Joseph from Faculty of Accountancy, University Technology Mara, Sarawak Branch, Malaysia. Okay, so this is the objectives of my presentation for today. This is very much in line with the colloquium theme, about the ramifications of the business and economics during pandemic. So now that we are moving towards endemic, so let's reflect a bit what is actually happening during the endemic. And one of the area that is very important that is actually being affected and has affected and is currently affecting our life nowadays is digital transformation. So my objectives have been actually assigned to the three parts of this presentation. Number one, to discuss the psychological impact of accounting and finance professionals resulting from digital transformation and COVID-19. Number two, to discuss the use of digital psychology as a resilient tool to address the mental health issues among accounting and finance professionals in the workplace. And number three is to conceptualize digital psychology using the isomorphism tenet and also resource-based view theory. This is the doctoral colloquium, so I therefore actually encourage any one of you that is willing to take up this research, because when we talk about digital psychology, it is still new area, and it's up to us to grab the opportunities as the researchers, as the scholars, to use the theories, okay, to relate the concepts together. So I really hope there will be some takeaways from my presentation today. So when we talk about digital transformation, let's recap. Yeah, the fourth industrial revolution. How does this evolve over time? Okay, it started in 1770, whereby we don't have machines at that time, but slowly there was a transition from the hands to the machines, the small machines. Okay, and in terms of the resources used, it involves steams, water, right? And mostly involve agricultural. So that's where we have started with farms, and slowly it is built into factories. Okay. Then 100 years later, this is where the industrialization begins. Okay. There is assembly lines, mass production, okay, and also the use of the electricity. Then 100 years later, this is where the setup, the establishment of computers begins, the use of electronics, the blue collar automation begins. And here we are today. Okay? People around us are talking about Internet of Things, big data, data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. But at the same time, we also talk about white collar automation and also the issues such as cybersecurity. So this is basically the revolution, okay, that happened since 1770 until now. So when we talk about the journey of digital transformation, okay, it is really disruptive. Why is it so? Because it affects how we do things. It affects how we think. It affects how we interact with each other. And in the business per se, okay, when we talk about the groups involving accounting and financial professionals, they are risk adverse, because we, as the accountants, we tend to follow the rules and regulations. We are afraid to make mistakes. We don't want to take the risk. And also, the COVID-19 has actually highlighted the significance of the benefits of the global accounting and finance professionals can make to the economic and business worldwide. Okay, if we remember, okay, during COVID-19, okay, there's emergence of Grab business. Okay, there's emergence of what do you call that? Online food delivery. Okay, so these are the positive benefits out of that digital transformation. And then when we talk about digital transformation journey, this is actually opportunities for everyone, okay? Not only for big companies or big organizations, right? So we cannot say that small companies cannot implement digital transformation. No, okay? Everyone should take the opportunity to embrace the digital transformation journey. Okay, then accounting and finance teams are basically well positioned, right, to support these new business models, and also the issues like securities, confidentialities, privacies, okay, open data, and so on is also growing. Okay, and we have to give a special consideration into that. But what most important is that the human value involved in the digital transformation. Okay, how is it the socialization, the interactions that have been affected due to this digital transformation? So that leads to the topic today, right? So when we talk about accounting and finance professionals in the company. They are the first persons that organization would turn to. Okay, if there are any changes or new agenda that took place in the organization. Why is that so? Because every transformation agenda requires budget, right? That's why this actually creates pressure to this group of people in the company. Right? Then according to a 2020 survey, 62% of the respondents in this group actually having significant skills gap, meaning to say they have to upskill and reskill, okay, in order to cope up even before COVID, right? So during the COVID, okay, the roles of the accounting and finance professionals have changed. Okay, so this actually require a new skill set. Okay, so previously when we talk about data analytics, okay, designs or whatever, this refer to the marketing department. But nowadays, okay, this actually spread throughout the organizations because the use of digital technology will help in the decision making. Okay, and at the same time, okay, there is also concern, okay, in the cybercrime. Why? The hackers actually took the opportunities during the COVID-19 to actually tap into how they can actually manipulate the situation, okay, as a result of unplanned shift to digital. Nobody knows, okay, that we are going to face COVID-19, okay, but the hackers are smart. That's why they are hackers. They want to actually penetrate on how to actually destroy, okay, the data in the companies. Okay, so because of this again causes fear, okay, uncertainty, okay, among the people in the organization. Okay, so the questions like, will the software make my job easier? Okay, uh, this is a waste of time. Okay, these are the examples of grievance, especially to the younger people like me, okay, and the rest of us. We are so scared of the technology, right? So when we talk about this fairness, this lead to mental health issues. Okay, we, okay, in the accounting and finance professionals are likely to stress, okay, exhaustive physical work, okay, the changing roles, okay. When we talk about the roles of accountants and finance professional, okay, they are no longer dealing with the numbers crunching, no more dealing with recording, reporting, but it's more on advisory roles, okay, being a consultant to the management. Okay, so this basically added on to the emotional stress, okay, plus the economic downfalls. Okay, and also due to the cybercrime. Okay, accountants and also finance professionals need to carefully select which software that can help us, okay, to solve the problem, to execute the routine tasks. Okay, and they cannot afford any single mistake because this can basically affect the reputation and cause losses, okay, to the business. Okay, so a survey done by ICAEW, okay, one of the professional accounting body, saying that almost third of the respondents suffer from mental health issues and having depression. So this actually is very scary. So key takeaways from ICBE, okay, American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, saying that, okay, we cannot think that COVID is always a problematic. Instead, there are many ways that we can learn from COVID. Number one, it's a great time to make real change. Okay, start all over again. Okay, as long as everyone in the company is willing to learn. Number two, business clients and employees have adopted. Okay, they actually have done their best to adopt to the digital transformation. Number three, okay, all type of companies, big or small companies, are actually involved in this digital transformation. Number four, okay, this requires new ways of working. Okay, number five, definitely, okay, this requires new digital infrastructure that can give more benefit. Number six, okay, creative business solutions, okay, could be enjoyed, okay, from this digital transformation. And number seven, definitely this will open to more innovation. And of course, number eight, cybersecurity will remain a concern. Okay, and number nine, accountants can make sense of the magic. Okay, they can actually be more flexible, be more agile, and also being more resilient. Okay, so new role of accounting and finance professionals, okay, after the COVID is that this basically will replace the traditional accounting job. Okay, a lot of the traditional accounting jobs were repetitive. Okay, so nowadays, okay, when we talk about accounting job, okay, we don't have to worry about, okay, what is debit, what is credit, okay, for a particular transactions, because it can be done by system. Okay, so this routine job is actually easy nowadays. Okay, it's just that how, okay, the accountants can use the data from the traditional job. And when we talk about the role of management accountants, okay, this is actually more on supporting decision making and strategic planning. Okay, and accounting professions also will actually no longer doing or bother about repetitive tasks. Okay, and as for the finance professionals, actually they can help, okay, to become the strategic partners, okay, for the managers in the business. So there are few actually reasons why, okay, employees as a general are reluctant to change. Okay, so these are the actually among the reasons, okay, that you can actually read from these sources that I have here. Okay, of course, for the business point of view, is more on the cost, the investment, whether it's worth it or not. Okay. And based on a survey from the Malaysian Institute of Accountants, okay, this is the accounting professional body that governs the accountants in Malaysia. So in their survey, they did ask these questions to all the practitioners. Yeah. So in your view, what are the barriers of adopting technology in your sector? So as you can see from the chart, okay, definitely the highest barrier is the cost involved. But if you look at the second and the third reasons, okay, for the barriers, these are due to the lack of talent that can use the technology effectively and lack of understanding. So these are actually involving human factors, right? So the accounting firms, okay, the finance professionals firms need to think of how basically they can address all these issues, okay, after the pandemic. So these are among the comments about digital transformation and mental health issues. Okay, number one is employee well-being. Okay, organizations need to consider how to best engage with and motivate the employees. So actually, this is more on communications with the employees. And then now they must transform to meet the new expectations of becoming agile, resilient, and insightful. So when you talk about agility and resilience, these are the two common phrases that we hear nowadays in order to face the uncertainties. And then when we talk about the education, okay, employers basically need to prepare the universities need to prepare the education sector with the new skills sets so that the graduates are ready to work with this new skill sets and also willingness to upgrade their skills. Okay. Then in finance, CFO and finance team, okay, they will feel pressures because the roles nowadays are changing. Okay. When we talk about accountants, they are not only dealing with the figures, but they are dealing with the business intelligence, risk management, how to retain the client, okay, how to retain the wealth, okay, and how to do the analysis, okay, for the financial aspect. Okay? So it is really challenging and also demanding, and this require new skill sets among accounting and also finance professional. But at the same time, okay, there are positive phrases for the professionals. Okay, by saying that we shouldn't be scared about this digital transformation. Why? Okay, because we can refer to the past industry revolution. We have successfully undergone that. Okay, so there is no problem to actually embrace the new norms. Yeah, then it is the time for the people, to the employees, to learn new technologies. Okay? And the most important thing is that when the employees, okay, can actually improve their mental health, okay, this basically will help to achieve the sustainable development number 3. Okay, actually under target 3.4, that is dealing with good health and well-being. Okay, so under target 3.4, it says that, okay, every one of us are responsible to reduce mortality from non-communicable disease and promote mental health. So this leads to actually digital psychology. Okay. Everyone okay? Can I get the feedback? So far okay? Any response?
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the second part is, what is digital psychology? Yeah. So we don't realize actually our life is very much affected by digital technology and media. Okay, it affects how we make choices. It affects how we think. It affects how we interact with each other. Okay, so when we talk about digital psychology, it's a specialized area of psychology. Okay, and this is a combination of psychology fundamental with principles from general psychology, social psychology, media psychology, and other psychology. Okay, this is a combination with many branches of psychology actually, and this digital psychology examines the impact of digital technology and media on human lives, such as behavior, actions, attitude, motivation, learning, and others, and also fear. Okay, remember, most of us are at the universities. We don't have the confidence to actually engage the digital tools in the teaching and learning when we first actually affected by COVID in the year 2020. So we feel fear, we feel not confident, we feel not secure, and so on. So this is actually the impact from the technology. So this is what we call as digital psychology. So human psychology influence the development and evolution of digital media, and also how it influence on business performance, growth, and also economic landscape. So we can see that there is a relationship between human psychology, digital technology, and media. Okay, they are interrelated. So at the organization level, okay, how the employers can actually use the digital technology to improve the well-being of the employees. Number one is by having regular promotion. Okay, the use of this digital transformation should be well communicated. Okay, and even the content, okay, in the media that the organization use must be creative. Okay, and this is how actually the organization can show their concern on employees mental health, yeah, in facing digital transformation. So when this is happening, right, actually the employers are nurturing digital mindset among the employees. Okay, meaning to say the employees, not only accountants, the finance professionals, they are ready, okay, because they are being embraced, they are being nurtured, okay, on the digital mindset, which, okay, gradually can promote digital culture. Okay, so this can be actually promoted using tools such as visualization, infographic, YouTube, email, and also Facebook. And this could help to improve motivation and retention among staff and engagement. Okay, so this is the example of the uh, organizational psychologists that I follow in my Facebook. Okay, this expert actually using, okay, digital psychology using media, infographic, very nice, very easy to understand. Okay, so I will share with you a few examples like this one. How bosses can be a good mental health role model. Okay, so this chart, this media actually tells, okay, or suggests, okay, how the managers, okay, can show how to cope with the stress in the organization. So when the employees follow this, okay, they are more confident, okay, and they are more ready because they follow whatever the actions that is actually demonstrated or showcased by the boss. Okay, how can bosses support employees' mental health, right? Like education, communications, the policies, listening, and also involving physical technique like relaxations and having regular feedback from the employees. Okay? How companies can look after staff welfare. Okay, if you look at the points that are highlighted in each media, they are more or less the same, like relationships, learning, yeah, flexible, relax, support, okay, mental health, and so on. These are actually the common actions that can be considered by the employers in taking care of their employees' well-being. Okay? And even the phrases that the employers, that the managers, that the bosses use, okay? There are certain phrases that the employers are not supposed to use when they are communicating with their staff that are having mental health. Okay, it's very interesting actually. So you can refer to this later on. Okay, and also how to support someone with anxiety. Okay, anxiety because they don't have the confidence to use the tool, digital tools. They don't know how to use it. They don't understand. Okay, because we have to remember some are very quick learners, some are very slow learners, like myself. Okay, I'm not a technology savvy person, probably due to the aging factor. Okay, and steps to better mental health. Okay, again, we see the word like relax, exercise, Okay, communication. So the key word here is communication, awareness, okay, acceptance, educations. Okay, this is how to improve the stress level, anxiety, and mental health among the employees. These are also example of medias. Okay, remember, all these are not only for accountants and finance professionals, but also people like us. Okay, we need to find ways on how to improve our stress level. So this brings to the third objective of my presentation. Okay, the use of the theory. So at the moment, based on my experience, what I can suggest to the scholars, okay, that are interested to embark in this topic is that you can first use institutional theory, and second one is resource-based view theory. Okay, so institutional theory is a widely used theory to explain the behavior of individual and organizational practices. Okay, and the guru is DiMaggio and Powell, 1983, that suggests that okay, any course of actions in which organizations are likelihood to practice, okay, in order to reach at the same goals is called isomorphism. Okay, in other words, this is referring to homogenizations of certain practices. And one of the concepts under institutional theory is isomorphism. Okay, and this can be further divided into three types, that is coercive, normative, and also mimetic. So what is coercive? Okay, coercive is the most quoted institutional pressure, and according to DiMaggio and Powell, the forces or the pressure can be exerted by other organizations, in which organizations may be dependent, as well as expectation in which organization operate. So in other words, this pressure is normally referring to external pressure. For example, any regulations from the government, any regulations from the university, okay, any regulations from the professional bodies, for example, externals, okay. So in here later on, I will explain, okay, how one program in Malaysia that is called My Digital, okay, initiated by government, okay, that is actually promoting the digital transformation agenda in the country. So in other words, organizations, including companies, they are actually required, okay, to promote the digital transformation agenda in Malaysia. Mimetic, okay, this is actually the copying of best practices. Okay, some organizations that like to copy the behavior of other companies, okay, in the same organization field. And the third one that I find is related to digital transformation is normative isomorphism. Okay, this basically coming from professional and occupational groups. Okay, professionals like Malaysian Institute of Accountants, how MIA actually try to promote digital skills among the accountants in Malaysia. Okay, and also occupational groups. Okay, which from the HR department. Okay, how is it the HR department actually promote the digital culture? Okay, so this can be easily related to this topic, digital psychology to promote digital transformation. Okay, and normally people will share the same values, the same norms and belief, okay, through the internal goals, meetings, and also websites. Okay. Another theory is resource-based view theory. Okay, this is introduced by the guru, that is Barney, 1991. Okay, Barney mentioned that companies may use resources in order to achieve competitive advantage. So when we talk about resources here, there are three: tangible resources, intangible resources, organizational capability. So when we talk about tangible resources, This refers to the resources that can be identified physically, something that we can view, okay, something that we can easily see, okay. Good example is assets, okay, the building, the machines, and this also cover the amount of expenditure spent on business activities, right? For example, if the business spend on how to buy the system, okay, the new digital tool for the company, so that is also under tangible resources because you can measure the value of the digital tool, okay. The second one is intangible resources. This refer to the resources that we cannot simply see, we cannot simply touch and view, right? But it has value attached to it. For example, like the knowledge of the workers, okay? For example, like the competency of the managers, and also the knowledge transferred from the foreign companies, for example. So these are intangible resources, but they have value, right? Nowadays, when we talk about accounting literature, okay, one of the very popular intangible resources that we try to promote under resource-based view theory is both gender diversity using women's involvement on the board of directors seat. Okay, because we believe that women, okay, have special skills and knowledge, and woman is more persuasive, and therefore it can improve the decision making. So this is the example of intangible resources, right? The knowledge possessed by the woman directors. Okay. And then the third one is organizational capability. This is basically the combination of tangible resources and intangible resources, okay, in which, okay, all the inputs, okay, can be used to actually transform the process into output. Okay, so example of organizational capability is strong human resource department, okay, risk management committee, and so on, which is not belonging to category 1 and category 2. So later on, you will see how I actually trying to propose these two theories to the digital psychology, okay, so that it can be used in the future research. Okay? So moving forward, okay, for the organization, the first one involving organization. So what happened is that with a certified finance and accounting staff, the organizations will be equipped with the knowledgeable professional. So the moment you see the word knowledge professional, knowledge especially, this can be related easily to the intangible resources. Because when the company have good workers, this basically can help to achieve good performance, good business outcome, right? Then this significant cultural change needs to be communicated to staff and clients, and basic training will need to be offered again, right? The moment you see culture, training, okay, these are the keywords that you can connect to normative isomorphism. Okay? Sharing of the same beliefs, the same norms that gradually can improve the digital culture. Okay? And another new one is anticipatory thinking. Okay? Anticipate. Okay? Always, okay, encourage the workers to think what will happen next, okay, so that the employees are ready to prepare, okay, if any crisis occur in the organization, what will happen next. So these are also referring to the beliefs, the norms, okay, the values that need to be promoted in the organizations in order to improve normative isomorphism. Yeah. Then again in organization, okay, how to promote this digital culture, digital transformation from digital psychology is by having governance framework. Okay, there must be a proper policies, proper strategies in order to help companies to achieve the successful digital transformation. Okay, and it has to be a disciplined approach. Okay, so when we talk about discipline, okay, this can be related to coercive. Okay, something that the employees need to comply, so that can become coercive pressure. Okay, and communicate. Okay, proper communication is important. Okay, and understand that digital transformation is not an ad hoc process, but it is a journey that evolves over time. And again, when we talk about organizations, yeah, so this digital culture, which can be promoted from the normative isomorphism, okay, it is very much related to the resources in the company. So this include organizational structure, okay. This organizational structure is normally referring to organizational capability. The people, okay, the strategy, the process, the policies, the technology. Okay, so this is the resources that are important, okay, to promote the digital transformation. So this is where both theories need to be used together or complement each other. Okay, and then when all these elements are in place, okay, this will basically create a strong culture. Okay, and then this can actually give positive impact to the employees. They will feel positive. Okay, then they can improve the engagement, okay, with their employer and so on. Okay, then this basically a culture will also require in mindset, attitude, value, and behavior, which can be related to intangible resources. Okay, and with part of the My Digital Plan, this is what I referred to just now. This is a plan for the government of Malaysia. So this is actually can be related to coercive isomorphism. This is actually to promote the digital first mindset in Malaysia to achieve competitive advantage. Okay, so when we see the survey from PricewaterhouseCoopers, yeah, so what is the preference society outcome that business should deliver? Okay, the first two are very much related to the workforce. Okay, so the companies should regard the workforce as the resources in order to achieve the competitive advantage. Okay, again, the last one for organization here. So managers can actually do research in order to see the impact, okay, of the organizations before and after digital transformation in order to find out what is the positions or the progress of the process. And then the companies should take opportunity to have the positive impact of transformation. Okay, then finance and accounting professionals have opportunity to step up, okay, to learn more, and also this definitely require of new skills, okay, like AI, artificial intelligence. Number two is related to professional bodies. Okay, so the moment, okay, when you use institutional theory, okay, and you use professional bodies as one of your factors or variables, this can be related to normative isomorphisms. Meaning to say, okay, the professional body like Malaysian Institute of Accountants, they will conduct lots of trainings relating to improving the digital skills among the professionals, accountants, in order to improve their, what do you call that? In order to improve their digital skills. And also, MIA is very actively involved in providing trainings in relations to promote lifelong learning. Yeah, so meaning to say learning process is a journey. Okay, so from the MIA survey, you can see that how the accountants members and the professional bodies are working hand in hands actually in order to promote these digital skills, okay, which can use digital psychology such as media psychology. So please remember the moments you actually use Malaysian Institute of Accountants or any other professional accounting bodies, this is relating to the what do you call that, normative isomorphism. Okay, and the last principle, as you can see from the slide, is on the governance. So this is relating to the rules, the procedures, regulation, and this can actually related easily to coercive isomorphism, something that the employers and employees need to comply. Okay. And the last one is on the individuals. How is it the accountants and finance professionals need to regularly update their skills? Okay, so when they become knowledgeable, okay, so this directly, okay, can be regarded as intangible resources of the firm, which we can relate to the resource-based view theory. Okay, so there is suggestions here how actually the accounting and finance professionals can help themselves to improve their mindset. Yeah? And what most important is accounting and finance professionals, we have to be ready to work with the large data sets. That is what they call as big data, and how to use that data for decision making, right? Access data across different systems, and then use visualizations, okay, able to tell the story, okay, like the samples of the medias that I have shared just now, okay. Every medias, okay, although they're using cartoons or graphics, there must be a storytelling, and this require creativity. Okay, so you can see that when we talk about media psychology, okay, as part of digital psychology, it requires combinations of skill sets, the marketing time, okay, the content, the creativity, right, and so on, before they can come out with the effective media that can help improve the digital mindset. Okay, so storytelling is important. Okay, using the expert. So this is where cost may be involved. If there are no expert in the companies, maybe the companies can consider to outsource these services. Okay, and definitely, okay, more roles to play, right? How to manage the risk, develop controls, and how to facilitate change are important. Okay, so for accountants and also finance professionals, okay, they have to get ready, okay, with the new skill sets, okay, or new tools, okay, that can help their routine, like machine learning, big data, data analytics, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and also blockchain. So this also require the model, anticipating accountants model, okay, so that, okay, the accountants, the finance professional, they are ready, okay, they are ready, and they need to understand or aware, okay, they need to analyze, they need to predict. Okay, so this is where can help the decision making, the strategic planning of the firms. Okay, and Sew et al. 2021 talks about the use of people, process, and technology. Okay, so in here, okay, we can view all these three elements as the resources, okay, under resource-based view theory. When you talk about people, the skills, the knowledge workers, this can be easily related to intangible resources. When you talk about technology, okay, this is the tangible resources, okay, and then the process, okay, the action plans and all that, that can be referred to the organizational capability. Okay, so this basically a good model, okay, that can be used, that can be taken up in the future studies using resource-based view theory. Okay, and another one, okay, Kruskov et al. 2020 also share the skills, yeah, the skills that are needed for the accountants, the finance professionals, and other type of employees. So that includes technical skills, social skill, also can be regarded as intangible resource under RDVT. Okay. And also, when talk about courses, training, okay, linked trainings, podcasts, and all that, these can be related to normative isomorphism. The sharing of the values, the norms, the beliefs relating to digital psychology in order to promote digital culture as part of the outcome of digital transformation. This can be related to normative isomorphism under institutional theory. So here's the final words from me. Okay, it is important to continue talking about well-being and mental health. Okay, because it is the role of the profession to best serve the public interest, okay, and contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, specifically target 3.4. Okay, so when we talk about finance and accountancy, is about people, not just the numbers. Okay, and this should also include a conversation about health, mental health. Okay, then organizations should continue to concern about the mental health and self-care, right? And we just need to be more human, okay? And especially in embracing the digital transformation journey. Okay? So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for your insightful presentation. Okay. As we know that mental health is something we need to be concerned of right now, more specifically if we relate it to the digital transformations. So I will now invite the participants to ask questions to Professor Joseph. To all the participants, you can click the raise hand button and you can ask directly to Professor Joseph, or you can write the questions in the chat box and I will read it for you.
They are shy, still shy?
I think so.
Yeah, or still too early?
Okay, maybe
Maybe
they
you
are
have
still
questions,
writing.
Ms. Arum?
Okay, I have something in concern about. You mentioned about from the employer's perspective that we have to be more human, right? But in some situation, sometimes it depends on each person, the stressor, right? I mean, for one people, the strain for stress is very weak, but for other person, it's not. So how can we manage to give the stressor for the employee? Because we know that we also need stress, right? From the inverted U graph, that this level of stress and performance have a correlation, right? So how can we manage the stress for the employee that we still give them a stressor, but in the positive way, not making them in the maybe burnout situation.
All right. Thank you, Miss Anum. Anum or Arum just now?
Arum, yes.
Arum, sorry. Okay. Yeah, everyone has different ways to cope with their stress. Yeah. So this is where actually a different approach maybe need to be addressed to an individual. Okay. So nowadays, okay, uh, the function of psychologists is getting more important. So, firstly, maybe we can advise, okay, the organizational psychologists to actually talk to the person that has what we call that has a serious problem in stress. Okay, the use of organizational psychologists is number one, and number two, okay, for this kind of group, most likely we need to basically monitor. Okay, monitor, okay, how they can actually contribute. Okay, and then, okay, always consider to give rewards, okay, compliments, good words, okay, for these people, because normally these people, they are very sensitive, okay, and they need to be appraised all the time. So that's two issues that I can suggest. Yeah. Number one, psychologists in the department, and number two is that different approach, okay, by giving more rewards, more positive words when dealing with these sensitive people. Yeah, I hope that answers.
Yes, yes, thank you, Professor. I think we have one question from Dian Fitri in the chat box. Professor, she asked about, could you explain if digital psychology correlations into culture organization? Maybe she wants to ask about how can we know the impact of digital psychology on cultural organizations and work culture employee, and what kind of what variable that we can create the novelty maybe in the research.
Yeah. Okay. So when we talk about digital psychology itself, yeah, one way to look at the impact is just now I mentioned in one of my slides is by doing simple research, yeah, buying simple research and looking at the perceptions of the employees before engaging the digital tools and after. So you can see whether there's any improvement or not. Okay, in the research finding. That is number one. And when you talk about novelty in research, okay, to me, digital psychology itself is still something new. Okay, and especially when you try to connect to the accountants and also finance professionals. Okay, so when I was given the task to come out with this paper in May, yeah, uh, there is a limited research on this. So number one is in terms of the what do you call that, the target group involved, the accountants, and number two is in terms of the theory just now. Okay, the two theories that I have suggested, right? By using the normative isomorphism, okay, by using the resource-based view theory. Okay, so when you talk about normative isomorphism just now, how is it? Okay, what is actually taking place in the organizations? Okay, on how to promote this digital psychology, right? Is there any trainings? Is there any consultants involved? Okay? Is there any regular discussions on this and so on? Okay, so one most important variable is that the communication mechanism. Okay, what are the communication mechanism that is being used to discuss, to promote about this digital mindset, digital psychology in the organization? So in terms of the novelty, I can say that, okay, the theory, okay, you can use it as a, relate it with the two theories that I have discussed earlier on, okay.
Another question maybe from the participant? Okay, we have one question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Professor Corina Joseph, for a very insightful presentation. It has been mentioned that one of the aims of the study is to discuss the psychological impact of accounting and finance professionals resulting from digital transformation and COVID-19. May I know, my question is, how big is the reach of this psychological and digital impact, considering that this is the era of globalization, not only in Malaysia and Indonesia, but throughout the world? Thank you, Professor Corina.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, in terms of the impact, as being mentioned earlier on, okay, this is actually more on the fear, the anxiety. But in terms of the performance, relating it to the performance of the firm, I think there is limited study on that, or it is beyond the scope of my studies. Okay, so when we talk about the impact in terms of the performance, maybe okay, the scholars here, okay, the participants here can grab the opportunity to actually see the correlations between all these efforts relating to digital transformation and the firm's performance, because this is still new actually. Okay, so even the findings which I have shared just now from the Malaysian Institute of Accountant is merely on the barriers to implement. Okay, but the impact, right? The impact in terms of whether it really contribute to the firm's performance in terms of improve or otherwise after the COVID, it is yet to be explored. Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you for a very clear answer, Professor.
Welcome.
Another question maybe from the participant? Okay, Mbak Istiqomah.
Silakan Mbak Istiqomah. Pakai bahasa Indonesia juga nggak apa-apa.
Oke.
Ya.
Yes.
Mic-nya tolong.
Pakai mic.
Mungkin izin bertanya terkait mungkin kita saya dan teman-teman karena masih mahasiswa S1, masih semester 7 dan mungkin akan menghadapi penelitian dan sebagainya. Nah, mungkin seperti apa tips dan mungkin hal yang dapat kita lakukan untuk dapat melakukan penelitian atau mencari topik penelitian yang itu punya kebaruan yang bisa punya prospek bagus untuk kedepannya seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Okay, Professor. Should I translate it or?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay. Okay, she's a bachelor student and she's hoping that you can give her a tips for her research, that she can find a novelty for the future research for the bachelor degree.
Okay. Yeah. One possible research that you can actually try, okay, is if you like to use secondary data, okay, secondary data, let's say using the annual reports or websites, you can actually do the content analysis of how Indonesian companies disclose about their the use of digital technology. Okay, how, to what extent, and so on. Okay, that is number one. And also you can do the content analysis for the cyber security disclosure. Okay, meaning to say, what are the actions that the companies use, okay, and implement in their organizations on how to promote this cyber security. Okay, that is the idea, and definitely, okay, you can relate to the theories. Okay, so number one is on the disclosure, and number two, you can do the qualitative study by going to few firms, okay, in Indonesia, right? Then look at what are the factors that actually uh, contribute to the success or the failure of digital transformation. So a qualitative study is a good way to start, actually. Okay, I hope those two suggestions would help you.
Thank you very much, Ibu, sudah cukup.
Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, we have one participant raising her hand. Miss Angelia, you want to ask questions directly? Yes, you can open your mic.
Thank you very much. Good day, Professor Karina. It was very interesting topics that you delivered to us, and it's an honor for me to get a chance for asking. If I might ask, what the main challenges that should be a focus for us as professionals to solve when implement the psychology in digital accounting? That's my question. Thank you.
It's not quite clear, actually. I'm not sure what is happening. Not that clear.
Yes, can you repeat it again, Miss Angelia?
Yeah.
Okay. I will try more near to the microphone. Good day, Professor Karina. It was a very interesting topics that you delivered to us, and it's an honor for me to get chance for asking. If I may ask, what are the main challenges that should be a focus for us as professionals to solve when implement the psychology in digital accounting? That's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Yeah. All right. Again, this is a new area. Okay. So the first thing, okay, that both employees and employers would do is still try to understand. Okay. Try to understand on the implementation. Okay. And also, if they understand and aware about how to actually implement use digital psychology in the organization, so it would be actually a problem solving to all. Firstly is understanding. Okay, so based on my previous slides, as you can see, yeah, one of the problem, okay, in the digital transformation is lack of understanding. Okay, lack of understanding not only from the employees but from the managers, from the top management. So if the top management is still not clear about the way to go about the digital transformation journey, so that is the main problem, actually. So again, okay, how to go about this is always communication, always communicating, okay, the importance of this digital transformation. Okay, communicating from the top management, and at the same time, the employees must be willing to provide feedback if there are problems, okay, relating to mental health or other problems. They need to quickly respond and inform the top management. So that's how to go about it. Communication and clear directive from the top management. Yeah.
Okay, clear enough, Miss Angelia? Okay. Okay, Miss Dian Fitri is raising her hand. Do you have any question again for Professor Karina?
Yes, Miss. I'm Dian from Batam, Miss. Right now, I make my research about petroleum station in Batam Island. The condition is 48 petroleum station in Batam at the same type, the same models in business. I think no competitive advantage in business petroleum station in Batam. So I think this is a chance for organization to be what we call innovative in management. So according to you, if it is right now regulation specific, Pertamina make a regulation to apply a digital application to manage the subsidies petroleum to apply in Batam. But according to me, this is have a habitual change behavior to be a digital psychology and digital behavior. What kind of theory we can use it first, and then if it is all that the petroleum station still the same way or the same models in business, what management or what organization or association to make the innovation be a competitive advantage? I need your suggestion in what my research. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are asking about the theory, possible theory to explain the problem or to implement the something about digital initiative by Pertamina. Is it something like that?
Yes, yes, Prof.
Okay. Another problem, okay, another theory that you can consider is maybe theory of planned behavior.
Yes.
Because this involves the intention to use or not, right?
Okay.
But at the same time, when I listen to your questions now, you are saying about the regulation.
Yes.
So the moment, okay, you mention regulation, it clearly connects to coercive isomorphism.
Okay.
Because when you talk about coercive isomorphism, this refers to the forces from external sources like regulation. So those are the two theories that you may use. Yeah.
Prof, if it's we want to find the novelty, if we combine the two theory, what the variable we can find the novelty from the theory, or you can suggest to me?
Well, that is a tough one. Okay, so novelty, all right. There are few ways to identify whether it's novelty or not. One is theory, okay, theoretical gap. Okay, so you have to see what the previous studies have done in relation to this theory, right? So yes, no problem. You can use one single theory. You can use two multiple theories, but again, it has to relate to the central issues of your study. Okay. So what I can think of is the theoretical contribution. Number two is the issue that you are trying to investigate. Okay, what is the background? Okay, the background of the study, right?
Okay,
Then,
Prof. Thank you so much. Yes.
banyak. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Miss Dian, are you satisfied? If I'm not mistaken, Professor Corina mentioned about communication when she answered at the first time, right? Maybe you can use communication as the moderating or intervening variables for the novelty. Because coercive is so more efficient, how to mention it? I think it's something that we have to, something forcing us, right?
Yeah,
So the way we communicate has the influence or on how the output or the outcomes, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Is there any question again from the participants here? You may ask in Bahasa if you have something to ask. Or in the Zoom, maybe? Nggak ada ya? No questions. Okay, so I think no more question, Professor.
Yeah.
Clear enough, very clear presentations. And I'm also interested with your tips, 10 tips for good mental being, right? It's something very easy to read, but very hard to act for me.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So if we don't have any question again, can we close the session? Oh, we have another question from the participant. Okay.
Okay.
Another question, Professor.
All right. Yeah. Good.
Okay, thank you, Professor Corina. I'm Diana, a student of doctoral program at PDIE, Universitas 11 Maret. I'm reading your PPT. I find a word that moving forward for individual, it's one of them is take a baby steps. Take a baby steps. And could you explain to me or for us for the baby step what's the meaning? Maybe I cannot understand easily for this term that take baby steps. Thank you very much, Professor Corina.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Diana, for that question. Yeah. When you talk about change, okay, or transformation, okay, it has to be from we ourselves, okay, in whatever that we do. Okay, so when you talk about baby steps, is that it to me, okay, this is not only something to do with the digital transformation, but in our routine each day. Okay, it must always in our mind. Okay, so if we do this every day, it becomes habit, right? So that is what I mean as a baby step. So when we are working in organization, we cannot wait for the instructions from our boss, from the top management, okay? Because we are ready, okay? We are ready, we have it on our mindset that you are able to help the organization. So that is what I mean by baby step. It starts from us, okay? Regardless, we are student, we are workers and all that, that is the baby steps, okay? So once you have a clear mindset, okay, so regardless of any transformation, okay, or agenda, okay, that is taking place in the company, it shouldn't be any problem, okay? As long as you are trying to follow the rules, the procedures, it will be okay. It doesn't have to be, you have to react very fast. Okay, so that is how you actually control your mind, yeah, and that affects your behavior, your actions, and that is actually where you can contribute to the organization. So it's that in your mind and it becomes habit. So once it becomes habit, it can help to improve the culture. Okay, so that is my explanation on that. Thank you.
Okay, Mbak Diana, it's okay? Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I once read about the Kaizen concept in Japanese culture, about that we have to do something and then it becomes a habit. Maybe do something for 1 minute a day, and it will becomes a habit and then a culture for us, right? So maybe you can start doing that, doing something every day, only 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can start with that.
Very practical. Yeah.
Yes, very practical. Only 1 minute, and then you will be used to do that, and it becomes a habit, and then it becomes a culture. Okay, another question maybe? Okay, Professor, I think that we are all clear about the presentations and about something that we have discussed today about maybe if I can summarize a little bit about what we have discussed today about the importance of well-being and mental health and how it can contribute to the SDGs 3, right? And then how organizations should continue making a concert effort about the importance of mental health and self-care for their employees. And another perspective from the employers, that we have to be more human, like what Professor Joseph said, that we need to be way more connected. We need to get our manager to manage our human resource employee and being more honest with themselves, and they can create a more human culture in the organization. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Joseph, for giving us insightful knowledge. And as an appreciation, the Faculty of Economics Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta would like to give a certificate of appreciations to Professor for being our speaker in this conference. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Corina.
Yeah, Prof. Rama, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much once again, Professor. Hope to see you at the next event.
Okay. Thank you so much and have a nice day. Okay. Yeah.
And also thank you for the participants for your active participation. Yeah. We do hope that this session will be beneficial to all of you. See you in the next sessions after the lunch break. Okay. Please stay safe, healthy, and happy, everyone. Now it's time for me to send back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Corina Joseph, for sharing with us here today. And thank you to Ms. Arum Darmawati for conducting this comprehensive and lively discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the committee already shared the attendance link. Please, to all participants can fill the attendance form. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is break session. We will continue to second keynote speaker with Professor Dr. Evan Lau from University Malaysia Sarawak at 12:45 p.m. To all participants can stay in this Zoom meeting, and we'll see you again at 12:45 p.m. Thank you.
Sampun wonten. Sampun wonten.
Sesuai jadwal sebelumnya. 11.30. Sama itu jam 11. Enggak apa-apa.
Bilang keluar. Keluar, keluar. Keluar. Enggak ada, keluar. Keluar, keluar. Barusan tadi ada sih.
Gimana Mbak Arif Pak? Saya menurut Prof. Evan soalnya udah di dalam kali ya kayak?
Tadi sudah.
Oh, udah tahu. Tahu gitu tadi lanjut aja. Punya emailnya enggak? Kalau punya emailnya apa langsung aja? Enggak ada punya aja.
Diumumkan di Zoom dulu.
Oh iya.
Bahwa panitia yang belum ambil snack.
To online academic journals and international research databases is available. The number of international publications made by faculty members and students has increased significantly over the last 5 years. Some papers have even been published in the very top journals in their fields. For instance, British Accounting Review, the Journal of Financial Stability, Economic Modeling, Research in International Business and Finance, and Global Finance Journal. For the period 2017 to 2020, FEBUNS has been awarded a large grant from the European Commission for Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education project titled Optimizing Research and Doctoral Programs in Banking and Finance in Indonesian Universities. It involves 4 European universities and 6 Indonesian universities. Some faculty members have received international grants and have been internationally respected and appointed as managing editors, associate editors, and reviewers in reputable journals. Some have also been appointed as PhD external examiners in overseas universities. This doctoral program has established mutual collaborations, especially in research and teaching learning, with numerous reputable overseas universities.
The doctoral program in Economics of AP, Universitas 11 Maret, is accredited in excellent at the national level and is currently pushing against 21 international accreditation. Accreditation is important to ensure the quality of education that we deliver meet the national and international standard.
We are enjoying study at the doctoral program in economics of UNS.
We are taught by high-quality faculty members with excellent research record. The program also provides many opportunities for students to have international exposure, especially related to research.
I select the doctoral program in economics of UNS for several reasons. First, the program is accredited A by international accreditation, but meaning that the program is excellent. Second, I have heard that the program facilitates some international exposure for studying. Third, the faculty members are well known at the national and international level.
I learned a lot during my study at the doctoral program in economics of Universitas 11 Maret, with particular emphasis on conducting high-quality research. The program also regularly invited prominent scholars from overseas universities, facilitating us to gain knowledge and skills as well as constructive inputs for our doctoral research.
The doctoral program in economics of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, was established based on the decree of the Directorate General of Higher Education, number 2088, DT 2008, dated July 7, 2008, while the academic activities began in February 2009. PDIE FEB UNS was accredited A, Excellent, by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education in 2016 and is valid until 2021. Its vision is to be a doctoral program in economics with an excellent reputation at national and international levels. The program has the mission to conduct high-quality education and teaching in economics, management, and accounting that demand teachers' development and students' independence in acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitude while upholding ethics. Also, to conduct high-quality scientific research in economics, management, and accounting, and disseminating the results at the national and international levels. Additionally, conducting high-quality community service programs dedicated to the empowerment of society, business sectors, and governmental organizations. The doctoral program in economics is composed of 3 concentrations, which are accounting, management, and development economics. The management of this program consists of the program chair, 3 coordinators, and a number of support staff. All faculty members are scholarly academics and active researchers with PhDs from reputed universities abroad and domestic. Classrooms, discussion rooms, teleconference rooms, and a hall with internet access in all campus areas support academic activities. Access to online academic journals and international research databases is available. The number of international publications made by faculty members and students has increased significantly over the last 5 years. Some papers have even been published in the very top journals in their fields. For instance, British Accounting Review, the Journal of Financial Stability, Economic Modeling, Research in International Business and Finance, and Global Finance Journal. For the period 2017 to 2020, FEB-UNS has been awarded a large grant from the European Commission for Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education project titled Optimizing Research and Doctoral Programs in Banking and Finance in Indonesian Universities. It involves 4 European universities and 6 Indonesian universities. Some faculty members have received international grants and have been internationally respected and appointed as managing editors, associate editors, and reviewers in reputable journals. Some have also been appointed as PhD external examiners in overseas universities. This doctoral program has established mutual collaborations, especially in research and teaching learning, with numerous reputable overseas universities.
The doctoral program in Economics of AP, Universitas 11 Maret, is accredited A, excellent at the national level, and is currently pushing ABS 21 international accreditation. Accreditation is important to ensure the quality of education that we deliver meet the national and international standard.
We are enjoying study at the doctoral program in Economics of UNS.
We are taught by high-quality faculty members with excellent research record. The program also provides many opportunities for students to have international exposure, especially related to research.
I select the doctoral program in Economics of UNS for several reasons. First, the program is accredited A by international accreditation, but meaning that the program is excellent. Second, I have heard that the program facilitates some international exposure for studying. Third, the faculty members are well known at the national and international level.
I learned a lot during my study at the doctoral program in Economics of Universitas 11 Maret, with particular emphasis on conducting high-quality research. The program also regularly invited prominent scholars from overseas universities, facilitating us to gain knowledge and skills as well as constructive inputs for our doctoral research.
The doctoral program in economics of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, was established based on the decree of the Directorate General of Higher Education, number 2088, DT 2008, dated July 7, 2008, while the academic activities began in February 2009. PDIE FEB-UNS was accredited A, Excellent, by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education in 2016 and is valid until 2021. Its vision is to be a doctoral program in economics with an excellent reputation at national and international levels. The program has the mission to conduct high-quality education and teaching in economics, management, and accounting that demand teachers' development and students' independence in acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitude while upholding ethics. Also, to conduct high-quality scientific research in economics, management, and accounting, and disseminating the results at the national and international levels. Additionally, conducting high-quality community service programs dedicated to the empowerment of society, business sectors, and governmental organizations. The doctoral program in economics is composed of 3 concentrations, which are accounting, management, and development economics. The management of this program consists of the program chair, 3 coordinators, and a number of support staff. All faculty members are scholarly academics and active researchers with PhDs from reputed universities abroad and domestic. Classrooms, discussion rooms, teleconference rooms, and a hall with internet access in all campus areas support academic activities. Access to online academic journals and international research databases is available. The number of international publications made by faculty members and students has increased significantly over the last 5 years. Some papers have even been published in the very top journals in their fields. For instance, British Accounting Review, the Journal of Financial Stability, Economic Modeling, Research in International Business and Finance, and Global Finance Journal. For the period 2017 to 2020, FEB-UNS has been awarded a large grant from the European Commission for Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education project titled Optimizing Research and Doctoral Programs in Banking and Finance in Indonesian Universities. It involves 4 European universities and 6 Indonesian universities. Some faculty members have received international grants and have been internationally respected and appointed as managing editors, associate editors, and reviewers in reputable journals. Some have also been appointed as PhD external examiners in overseas universities. This doctoral program has established mutual collaborations, especially in research and teaching learning, with numerous reputable overseas universities.
The doctoral program in economics of AP, Universitas 11 Maret, is accredited A, excellent at the national level, and is currently pushing APS 21 international accreditation. Accreditation is important to ensure the quality of education that we deliver meet the national and international standard.
We are enjoying study at the doctoral program in economics of UNS.
We are taught by high-quality faculty members with excellent research record. The program also provides many opportunities for students to have international exposure, especially related to research.
I select the doctoral program in economics of UNS for several reasons. First, the program is accredited A by international accreditation, but meaning that the program is excellent. Second, I have heard that the program facilitates some international exposure for studying. Third, the faculty members are well known at the national and international level.
I learned a lot during my study at the doctoral program in economics of Universitas 11 Maret, with particular emphasis on conducting high-quality research. The program also regularly invited prominent scholars from overseas universities, facilitating us to gain knowledge and skills as well as constructive inputs for our doctoral research.
PDUNS, yes!
doctoral program in economics of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, was established based on the decree of the Directorate General of Higher Education, number 2088, DT 2008, dated July 7, 2008, while the academic activities began in February 2009. PDIE FEB UNS was accredited A, Excellent, by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education in 2016 and is valid until 2021. Its vision is to be a doctoral program in economics with an excellent reputation at national and international levels. The program has the mission to conduct high-quality education and teaching in economics, management, and accounting that demand teachers' development and students' independence in acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitude while upholding ethics. Also, to conduct high-quality scientific research in economics, management, and accounting, and disseminating the results at the national and international levels. Additionally, conducting high-quality community service programs dedicated to the empowerment of society, business sectors, and governmental organizations. The doctoral program in economics is composed of 3 concentrations, which are accounting, management, and development economics. The management of this program consists of the program chair, 3 coordinators, and a number of support staff. All faculty members are scholarly academics and active researchers with PhDs from reputed universities abroad and domestic. Classrooms, discussion rooms, teleconference rooms, and a hall with internet access in all campus areas support academic activities. Access to online academic journals and international research databases is available. The number of international publications made by faculty members and students has increased significantly over the last 5 years. Some papers have even been published in the very top journals in their fields. For instance, British Accounting Review, the Journal of Financial Stability, Economic Modeling, Research in International Business and Finance, and Global Finance Journal. For the period 2017 to 2020, FEB UNS has been awarded a large grant from the European Commission for Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education project titled Optimizing Research and Doctoral Programs in Banking and Finance in Indonesian Universities. It involves 4 European universities and 6 Indonesian universities. Some faculty members have received international grants and have been internationally respected and appointed as managing editors, associate editors, and reviewers in reputable journals. Some have also been appointed as PhD external examiners in overseas universities. This doctoral program has established mutual collaborations, especially in research and teaching learning, with numerous reputable overseas universities.
The doctoral program in economics of AP, Universitas 11 Maret, is accredited A, Excellent at the national level, and is currently pushing against 21 international accreditation. Accreditation is important to ensure the quality of education that we deliver meet the national and international standard.
We are enjoying study at the doctoral program in economics of UNS.
We are taught by high-quality faculty members with excellent research record. The program also provides many opportunities for students to have international exposure, especially related to research.
I select the doctoral program in economics of UNS for several reasons. First, the program is accredited A by international accreditation, but meaning that the program is excellent. Second, I have heard that the program facilitates some international exposure for students. Third, the faculty members are well known at the national and international level.
I learned a lot during my study at the doctoral program in economics of Universitas 11 Maret, with particular emphasis on conducting high-quality research. The program also regularly invited prominent scholars from overseas universities, facilitating us to gain knowledge and skills as well as constructive inputs for our doctoral research.
The doctoral program in economics of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, was established based on the decree of the Directorate General of Higher Education, number 2088, DT 2008, dated July 7, 2008, while the academic activities began in February 2009. PDIE FEB UNS was accredited A, Excellent, by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education in 2016 and is valid until 2021. Its vision is to be a doctoral program in economics with an excellent reputation at national and international levels. The program has the mission to conduct high-quality education and teaching in economics, management, and accounting that demand teachers' development and students' independence in acquiring knowledge, skills, and attitude while upholding ethics. Also, to conduct high-quality scientific research in economics, management, and accounting, and disseminating the results at the national and international levels. Additionally, conducting high-quality community service programs dedicated to the empowerment of society, business sectors, and governmental organizations. The doctoral program in economics is composed of 3 concentrations, which are accounting, management, and development economics. The management of this program consists of the program chair, 3 coordinators, and a number of support staff. All faculty members are scholarly academics and active researchers with PhDs from reputed universities abroad and domestic. Classrooms, discussion rooms, teleconference rooms, and a hall with internet access in all campus areas support academic activities. Access to online academic journals and international research databases is available. The number of international publications made by faculty members and students has increased significantly over the last 5 years. Some papers have even been published in the very top journals in their fields. For instance, British Accounting Review, the Journal of Financial Stability, Economic Modeling, Research in International Business and Finance, and Global Finance Journal. For the period 2017 to 2020, FEBUNS has been awarded a large grant from the European Commission for Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education project titled Optimizing Research and Doctoral Programs in Banking and Finance in Indonesian Universities. It involves 4 European universities and 6 Indonesian universities. Some faculty members have received international grants and have been internationally respected and appointed as managing editors, associate editors, and reviewers in reputable journals. Some have also been appointed as PhD external examiners in overseas universities. This doctoral program has established mutual collaborations, especially in research and teaching learning, with numerous reputable overseas universities.
The doctoral program in Economics of AP, Universitas 11 Maret, is accredited A, excellent at the national level, and is currently pushing APS 21 international accreditation. Accreditation is important to ensure the quality of education that we deliver meet the national and international standard.
We are enjoying study at the doctoral program in Economics of UNS.
We are taught by high-quality faculty members with excellent research record. The program also provides many opportunities for students to have international exposure, especially related to research.
I select the doctoral program in Economics of UNS for several reasons. First, the program is accredited.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that there is a change into our schedule. The second keynote speaker session will start at 11:30 a.m. To all participants, please can prepare yourself to join at 4th ICBE Zoom meeting. I repeat it again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform there is a change in our schedule. The second keynote speaker session will start at 11:30 a.m. To all participants, please can prepare yourself to join the 4th ICBE Zoom meeting. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th International Seminar and Colloquium on Business Economics, ICBE 2022, with theme The Business and Economic Ramifications of the COVID-19 Pandemic. Now, agenda is second keynote speaker. The second keynote speaker is Professor Ewan Lau Pokhuk from University of Sarawak. The moderator for this session is Ms. Nurzazrin B.A. Hons, MSc. Allow me to deliver Ms. Nurzazrin profile. Ms. Nurzazrin is a researcher and currently a doctoral student in Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret. She received master degree and bachelor degree from University Malaysia Sarawak. Without any further ado, to Ms. Nurzazrin, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Amelia. Good morning to all the participants and good afternoon to Professor Evan Lau. Thank you for joining us in the second sessions of the 4th International Colloquium of Business and Economics. Hi, Professor Evan, how are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Clear, all right, thank you. Sorry for a bit late, last minute.
It was fine. So, Dr. Evan, in these sessions, you will present your material, and then we will have our question and answer session later. To all the participants, you can ask the question through the Zoom chat box or raise your hands. So before Dr. Evan proceed with his presentations, I would like to introduce him briefly to all the participants. Dr. Evan Lau Pokhuk is an associate professor at Faculty of Economic and Business, UNIMAS. He received his PhD from UPM, University Putra Malaysia in 2004, Master of Economics, specialized in International Economics, and Bachelor of Economics also from University Putra Malaysia. He is also host as an active associate editor for Cogent Economics and Business under Taylor and Francis, Helion Business and Economics Cell Press, International Journal of Governance and Financial Intermediations, Journal of Wealth Management and Financial Planning, and many more. Besides, he was appointed as visiting scholar at Faculty of Economics at Cambridge in 2013 to 2014 and visiting research fellowship for the Central Bank of Malaysia in May 2021. In addition, he was selected for World-Class Professor program by Ministry of Education and Culture, Indonesia. He published more than 90 research papers, which brought him several award-winning, including Young Researcher Awards in UNIMAS, University Malaysia Sarawak, the Excellent Service Award and Highest Impact Journal Paper Award. In 2008, he was listed among the top 9% of economists in Malaysia and also top 10% in Asia for the year of 2012. So without further ado, Professor Evan Lau, you can proceed with your presentations.
Right, thank you very much, Sazrin. It's good to see you here. In here rather than to see you here in Sarawak here. So greetings from a very good morning still in Indonesia, very good afternoon here in Sarawak. I would share my screen. If you cannot hear me in any time of the presentation, please let me know, or I'm lagging, perhaps because of the internet connection. I'll try to share my screen first here, that you can see clearly. Right, I try to change my background, but I cannot do that because you see I'm sitting behind of this mirror in my office here. Right, so it's not a very good position in that sense. Right, so again, so today I was approached by the Prof. Rahma that last year actually asked me to present as one of the keynote for this important international colloquium, especially focusing on business and economics, ICBE 2022. So I'm very honored to be here this particular morning, especially Indonesia. How I miss Indonesia actually, or Solo in particularly. Yeah, basically that I think perhaps numbers knows that I've been there numbers of time, but I will go there back perhaps hopefully next year or something like that. Right. So the topic that I'm going to discuss today is something. This morning just now there's already presentation by Professor Corina, my friend from UITM, and mentioned something, perhaps did mention a little bit on digital transformation, digital journey. So I will use that to continue on with what I'm saying here. This is not really my research domain itself, called something that I try to link together, right? So basically, Sazrin, how much time did I have for this one? 40 minutes?
Up to 1 hour.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll try my best. All right, so thank you very much again for having me here in this lovely day on the 27th of September 2022. So the topic that I'm going to bring to all of you is about fintech is nothing new, SME is nothing new, pandemic is also nothing new, but the combination of it, the integration of these three important elements, I think not for me is not just to create a kind of a new knowledge, but the integration of these three important elements of fintech, which is financial technology, SMEs, which is the small medium enterprise or small medium industry, or basically or some include the M in front of the S, which is a micro, small, medium enterprise or industries itself, and the pandemic, which is still lingering around of us here in the world. So it's an important scenario which can highlight how we can provide a very important research agenda, move forward. I mean, forward looking in that sense, the way forward. So I try to bring this not just as perspective of keynote, but also from research paradigm. Right, try to bring that kind of picture and then give some example throughout that. So this is just a little bit of background. Just now, Sazrin did mention a little bit on my, read out my short bio. This is something that I did. There's more pages, but I just highlight these two important pages itself, the publication citation. So right now I have this much and this much and so on, with the graph there, with the infographic that provided. Some might see that, especially here, the infographic of research domain that I have done, published so far. So this is like the infographic types of curriculum vitae. Those of you who are planning, especially the students here who are planning to become an academician in the future, you might need to do this kind of thing in the future. You will need to do this because everyone are interested to see infographic rather than just words or some pictures would represent 1,000 words. So infographic is very important for us in academics itself, not just academics, but for now, if you've seen a lot of things, even in journal publication, now some of the publisher actually ask us to do graphical abstract. Although you can argue with them, my article don't have graph. Think about it, how to put your article in words into something like this, right? So this is a little bit part of what I'm doing here, just to showcase, about myself, in that sense. Right, so this is the menu for what I'm going to say. This just 4 parts, not that much comparatively, and this is a nice picture of the Faculty of Economics and Business in UNIMAS, University Malaysia Sarawak. All of you are invited to come here. Please let me know if you come here for personal purpose, for official visits and so on. Please do come and visit us. This is the faculty building itself, right? So right. So the first part is about, I'm pretty sure that we know about what is fintech, but how does it come about? where does it come about and so on. So I put this, perhaps this picture might say also 1,000 words in that sense. The importance of this significant picture behind there, there's a so-called like a smartphone that we have today. So today we are living in the world that full of not just application, but full of the kind of tool, technologies, related technologies, embed tools that we have today in our life, right? Including this small smartphone like this smartphone that I have here. I'm holding right here. This thing that we have here, the wearable, our smartwatch and whatnot related to that. Everything seems to be very much connected rather than disconnected, right? I would call this part as very, very important revolution and evolution of what we call as the rise of fintech. The rise of fintech, or previously I would call this section the rise of the machine. That machine today, you just turn around, and what we are doing right now, I'm in Sarawak right now. I'm live in Sarawak. Most of you, I mean, those of you joining there face to face in Universitas 11 Maret, and some of you are inside Zoom here. Most of some numbers of you inside this Zoom here actually importantly join this important session with the kind of technology that we have today. Just that's one example, but it's beyond this technology, beyond this thing that we should do. That what we can do here. The rise of fintech. Just for example, this is the simple example. The rise of the fintech. Previously, perhaps going back 20 years ago, this is what we see our phone, or a bit longer than that. We still use this today. I have one phone here in my room. This is the landline phone that we have here. Still in my office room here. Luckily, just beside here. And the machine, the ATM machine that we use. I think if I can do a simple survey, I guess a lot of us today do not really go to this kind of machine anymore to take cash out, right? Me myself, I'm not sure the rest of you here. You can always put the comments in the chat box here. How many times actually you go for this ATM machine, or this automated teller, this machine to take up your money, your cash? You need your cash money. How many times actually you did that in a month now, compared to 2 years ago, 5 years ago, and so on? Now, how many times, or how many transactions actually we do online today? How many things we buy online today without seeing the real money, or the currency that we hold today? And some more, it go beyond that. It go crypto today. It go cryptocurrency, and you have digital currency, you have digital banks, and so on and so on. Those are the evolution itself, right? Bringing up this picture. This one, I guess you can easily Google and find out, or those of you who are expert in fintech should know this revolution. Where are we today, right? They're talking about 4.0, or moving into 5.0 actually, where we are first connected with in terms of fintech, financial technology. We talk about how this finance and technology deep handshake means that starting off like near 150 years ago, and then after that from 67 onwards up to 2008, at least we're talking about this digitalization. People talks about digitalization. People talks about digitization, how we digitize our business, how this journey bring an important implication towards the business, towards the SMEs, towards the big multinationals and whatnot related to that. And we have digital banks already exist then after the year 2000, right? And the global financial crisis bring another important turnaround. Another important chapter for the fintech, right? After that, the crisis happened. You have this, the traditional financial system being challenged, means that those kind of product, tools, and so on today in financial sector especially, are now being more, in a way, you still run business as usual, but with embed technology inside there, with embed technology, which is much more seems to be much more interesting today. I will talk a little bit more on that part. This just to highlight what is going on today. And then after that, now pretty much 5 years ago and so on, we now use more of this payment, financial technology payment, the tool, the system, the ecology, the ecosystem itself, right? Like blockchain and whatnot related to that. So a lot of this payment example today, even in Indonesia, even in Malaysia, ASEAN itself actually is an important growing field for all this fintech technology and company and so on. Right now we are moving into, now we are in the period of 4.0, right? We have this AI, we have this ML, which is called machine learning. We have DL, which is called deep learning and whatnot related to that. More of this seems to be more of this abbreviation come out, but all these are having an important things of how we can simplify how things can be simplified in terms of transaction and related materials that what they're doing today. Let me put up my here first. Okay, right, let me move to the next slide. So what we have, the trend that you can see, the trend that I can see, or I feel that for the past at least going into this and going future, the rise of fintech, we can feel this today. Like I said just now, embed finance. What is embed finance? You know, I mean, certainly the word financial technology, finance is still there. The way that we take out money, the way that we pay and so on, that kind of thing change a little bit the way that we're doing, change our way, especially this pandemic time. Especially in the time of pandemic, all these things seems to be very much move very fast. Right, I will talk a little bit on that a little bit later, because it's the whole thing also relate to pandemic itself, which bring up another the kind of a new niche area for research paradigm itself. So embed finance is something to be seen past few years and more after this, the kind of fintech trend. We have they call it Web 3.0 today. You can see what is Web 3.0. I mean, 1.0 will be like the era where we pass information on, pass this information. 2.0 will be mostly on the big technology, big tech that come into picture, trust in the big tech, you know, like Google, like Amazon and so on, and whatnot. That happens some years ago, right? Data management is also possible. This is what we're doing, the cloud itself and so on. And now we're moving into another direction, which is what they call, what this technology enthusiasts call it as Web 3.0. We use what we call, they create a system, the ecosystem itself, or what they call as a blockchain, which is considered as a kind of trustless, means that you have to trust the whole system and so on, the ecosystem, the blockchain, from payment from one part to the other part. Or you have these financial things, you put your money inside there and whatnot related to that. So these things have changed. This scenario have changed throughout, from just you trust the government, now you and then after that you trust the big tech technology, including Facebook, including Amazon and whatnot related that relate to this, our internet provider. But now it seems like everyone can do that as long you have that kind of ecosystem, that kind of chain, blockchain they call it, which is related to number 3, blockchain. So what is actually I mean, the blockchain itself, how does it works? The blockchain perhaps works like something like this in this picture, very small picture there. I can share the slide, no problem. Actually shared the slide with the organizer, but it's not updated one. I just updated yesterday night actually. So blockchain is a system, not just a system, but security is quite secure. They said the system is certainly secure, not hackable in that sense, where you can pass one example on accounting side or whatnot related to the financial side in the banks, is the system itself and so on, that go through a chain of a block and a chain itself. So each block going through each block, which need which need security pass and so on to get to the final transaction perhaps. So we have been doing that and we're still going on in this direction. Right? Number 4, they talk about cross-border e-commerce. This has been increased tremendously, right? We buy things. E-commerce is no longer a new word. E-commerce, electronic commerce. Previously, it's commerce, now e-commerce. That and all those things related. We buy things a lot online, cross-border from this country to the other country. And so this has been increased at least for the past 5 years, if not at least for the past 2 years when pandemic happened. Super apps, the rise of super apps. So much super apps today, right? So much of the super apps that we know today in ASEAN, in the world itself, and so on. One of the like one of the I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this sign will be it's too small here, but the sign should looks like Gojek sign. But anyhow, yeah, Gojek itself is one of the example of super apps. Indonesians Gojek, and including today AirAsia itself also, or they call themselves Capital A today, is also like they operate like a super apps, means that they also offered financial tools inside there rather than just selling tickets and flying and so on. Super apps. And then the rise of AI and ML. How is this rise? As I told you, what is artificial intelligence? What is machine learning? What is deep learning? So this is an example of how it looks like. It's a lot of research paradigm that we can be done here. A lot of research opportunity. A lot of research route and discovery on all these important element of fintech itself. Right. And then I think the other part that is important will be about these two. The short form of CFI and DeFi. Previously when we are in, now we are still very much into centralized finance. Centralized finance may go through the banks, go through this process of approval, go through that approval, go through the other approval, and so on and so on, which go through a lot of red tape in that sense. Red tape, perhaps a lot of level. You have to send through here. You have to be approval in this part, approval that part to get the loan, for example, and so on. And the end, you get the money. And the other side get the money. But you go through that process in the banks, perhaps in financial sector. But today, the much more famous idea today is about DeFi, which is decentralized the whole financial system with the embed finance just now, embed technology inside it. They go through the kind of blockchain. So I do not need the banks anymore. I do not need the traditional banks anymore. So the existence of the traditional banks perhaps will be very much of the question, not just today, but perhaps in the very, very near future. Why we need a traditional bank anymore, right? I think there's another good research question to be done, and so on and so on. How does it serve? So when we have this kind of protocol, a blockchain protocol to the other side, to serve the other side, right? So let me go through that. So part 2, I give an example of how the fintech environment here in Malaysia, right? My information here perhaps not the most updated one, because we are deal with technological instrument or technological tools, so things change very rapidly, like how the pandemic changed the world. The financial technology also changed the world. The digital side of the financial technology really changed the whole world and the system of how we deal with our life today, right? 10 years ago or 15 years ago, normally I'll talk about smartphone. 15 years ago, perhaps we never think that smartphone will be so important parts of our life. We even bring this small thing and sleep with us every night. Sleep with us. Perhaps some of us, sometimes I'm making some jokes with, I do some jokes with my wife. I say sometimes we don't even sleep together, but I sleep with my phone. You sleep with your phone. So it means that our phone actually is like our spouse today, because everything is inside here. We wake up in the morning, we check our message, we check our email, we reply, we perhaps do something in the phone, we send something out, and a lot of decision made here, including sending money and so on and so on, which I'm going to show you in a while. So that's things have changed, and they change our life, like I told you just now. So fintech a little bit here. A little bit of background of fintech. This was published in 2020 by the IMF, International Monetary Fund, talking about the landscape of fintech in Malaysia, right? How it have grown significantly important for the financial sector, how it has shaped the whole financial system and sector in the country itself, right? The changing landscape. But this one is actually in 2020. Now things have changed, even though after 2 years. So things have changed, and the country itself even have the digital economy or digital economy blueprint and whatnot, the related and things related to that, towards that kind of policy. So the growth is there, not just Malaysia, but particularly here I'm talking about Malaysia. Actually, ASEAN itself, the fintech have grown a lot, tremendously. Means that the technology, the usage, and the firms itself. Let me show to you what have changed. This is based on 2020 IMF fintech landscape in Malaysia. They also mentioned about the growth of Islamic fintech. Of some of the literature review today, they will call it fintech, small letter I and fintech, which is another important area to discover, right? Those of you interested in this kind of field, you should pursue it and looking into that direction, especially the postgraduate student, because this is an important area to discover, especially this side of the world, right? This part of the world here, including Indonesia. If you see here, actually Malaysia is not the Islamic fintech startup actually a lot in Indonesia. Indonesia are much more advanced in that sense. This is the figure that provided by the Islamic Fintech Report 2018. Means that 4 years ago, I'm sure the figures now have changed, right? If you see here, Indonesia is leading the pack, and Malaysia is also there because the focus is on there. It's like Islamic fintech is at infancy in Malaysia, but growing because our central bank support this infrastructure and going forward. Talk a little bit on the the infrastructure a little bit and the central bank. This is from Central Bank of Malaysia. The central bank actually have evaluated the need of a central bank digital currency. So they are pursuing into this direction because this have been put up in their master plan, their financial master plan. And also this is the future. This is the future, means that the central bank also need to change. Same thing goes to any other country in this world today. So things have changed. The pandemic do not stop this thing. Actually, the pandemic have pushed further, push all these things further actually. Technological advancement, digitalization have pushed further. Why the need of this? So that the payments landscape, the payment system itself, talking about digital currency, is nothing new anymore, but it's something going to be happen. Something going to happen and going forward for this industry itself, especially in banking, right? How we going to do it? That one is based on the policy making by the central banks of each particular country. This is based on a Malaysia perspective, right? Next one here. Let me move to the next slide. So here is the 2020 data that I got from this homepage called Fintech News in Malaysia on the payment landscape. So it have increased tremendously. Online banking increased, e-wallet transaction increased, merchant QR codes buying have increased. 2019, 2020, and 2022 increased more, right? 2022 increased more, pretty sure increased more, right? So this is the landscape. This is the landscape of 2022. This is the map of Malaysia fintech map. What is interesting that I want to share with you is actually this part. A lot here. Payment system, remittance, AI data, marketplace, lending, e-wallet, Islamic finance, protects, crowdfunding, blockchain, cryptocurrency, wealth tech. This is red tech, which is I think related to registration itself, and insurance tech, which is insurance technology, and digital banks. This year itself, 2022, the central bank actually approved. Central Bank of Malaysia approved 5 digital banks in the country. This is going to change the whole landscape of banking system in the country. It's a very good research area to be done, not just for Malaysia, but for any countries in this world today, right? This, I mean, the 5 digital banks that going to operate, and what's going to happen to this traditional bank, how they operate, what types of things they offer, and so on and so on. So things might getting more personalized today, right? This one also is part of this one is more towards notable increase of insurance and blockchain cryptocurrency 2022, now going into this direction. You see, nothing new here, or it's actually related to this particular map just now. This is the summary in terms of pie chart. And also digital payment continue to grow, especially in 2022, growing tremendously. If you see the pie chart here, right? In terms of value, in terms of transaction, well, the COVID-19 actually have propelled this to move further. The COVID-19, thanks to COVID-19, we are moving much more faster today, in a way, in a positive, very positive way. If not, perhaps this thing might slow down a little bit. Although the idea is there, the technology is there, but with the pandemic, everyone move more faster, more convenient. So the question go back to the one that I asked earlier on just now. How many times actually in a month that you go and withdraw cash money from the ATM machine? How many times? Like for myself personally, I think I don't remember when I go to the machine and take out the cash, because most of the time right now all payments are through mobile, and all the system, the tool that we have. I hardly use cash except for perhaps certain place for sure, but most of the time we use a lot of payment payment system that we are using today, including our car parking itself, right? And the parking system that we have today here. So this thing have grown. This thing have grown tremendously. That's what I want to show here. Just now, as I told you, these are the 5 digital banks that have been approved by the central bank, right? By the central bank who have this digital banking license. The rest of them, if they operate, they are illegal. But these are the 5, the one that. But what more interesting, you see this. They no longer alone, means that despite that they get the license, they are not just one company, one private entity that serve as one. They integrate, you know, like for example, we have this Boost and RHB, for example. Boost is actually one payment system that exists here in Malaysia. And other payment system that also exists here, right? And RHB is one bank here, our traditional bank, but now they're also moving into the digital side of it. And this one, Grab, I think everyone knows about Grab in Southeast Asia especially. So now they also have this they have this section of the payment side, or the insurance side, or the banking side. Right now they have the license for banking with Singtel. Singtel is a Singapore Telecom, and SEA is actually a mother company of the famous Shopee, that perhaps some of us are using that platform to buy things, like Shopee. SEA, they're under this mother company called SEA. Under them, there's actually a few more other companies, but one of it is the famous one will be Shopee. And then we have YTL. YTL is actually a construction based, but it's a corporation, means that they diversified their business. Now they're involved in banking, and the rest of it. The other 2 here also very much related to fintech related, like Custom. here in also here in Malaysia. Money Watch, I think it's also either Singapore based or Malaysian based. And then the other one we have this the other part will be on Ion Credit also, and then Money Lion is based on offering neo banking service in the US, serve as technology hub for startups. So all these things they've been approved. So this is a different scenario today with this kind of digital banking coming to picture, and it will change again the landscape of banking system, financial technology, and related to that. Right? Let me talk a little bit more. This is mostly in the report also reported. This is based on a report 2022, quite recent one. I think this was out in July, if I'm not mistaken, July this year. Again, talk about Islamic fintech landscape in Malaysia. This is what we have here in this country, right? Malaysian Islamic fintech. We have this MicroLeap, which I think support mostly microfinance under the purview of Security Commission. We have this P2P, peer-to-peer, and related to that means that it support this micro credential small financing platform for this startup, perhaps for this micro business and so on. And the other one talks about pay halal, about Sharia compliance related, like e-money debit related to that. It's a huge business, huge capacity, huge opportunity there. We have this CAPBE, multi-bank supply chain finance, peer-to-peer. P2P is also something to explore a few years ago, a research topic, but right now it's nothing very new. I heard about P2P some years ago, and it becomes something also quite interesting thing to explore, the P2P here, investment related. And this another one very much related to ethical investment, social finance platform operator, available here in Malaysia. And this is what we have here. The market is a huge market opportunity. The market is there for the fintech itself, part of the fintech idea itself. And just want to share this thing also available in Malaysia today, talking about something that perhaps that also available in Indonesia is what they call as a BNPL, buy now pay later. You buy now but you pay later, right? These are the platform that can be used here in the country, right? Here can be used in the country. Like I have this apps called Atomi, ATOME here. I downloaded it. You can buy the product there. You can buy the product first, but you pay later. Buy product, pay later. This is quite an interesting work here in Malaysia, but numbers of people actually on the ground, society perhaps do not really like this kind of model, but it exists. I'm sure it's also exists in Indonesia. I'm not really familiar with that, but in Malaysia we have this kind of we have this thing, right? So all of this exists in the sense of buy now pay later. It's not a new idea, as I've been telling some of my friends recently. It's not a new idea, buy now pay later. It's just that now it transformed into an apps. It transformed into an apps. You can buy it, but you pay later to the merchant, and so on. How they're going to settle it through the system, through the blockchain system, that's something that they have to deal with it. But it's nothing very much new, because we've been doing that perhaps individually with some of our, when you buy grocery here, I mean, perhaps it's also happened in Indonesia, but here in Malaysia is when I was younger, my parents, my mom especially, when she go to the grocery store, familiar face grocery store, okay, we buy the grocery first, we pay later end of the month when we have the salary come out. We pay later, but we credit first, we pay later, like credit card, but different things. So it started from there, buy now, pay later. I bring to that into that particular direction, but it become more and more today, right? You put in a book, you have one ledger, put okay, this month you buy this much, buy this much, at the end of the month you have to pay this much. Buy now pay later, but now it's all in the apps itself. with credits, credit card and debit card and whatnot related to that. Right, it's something that's appeared there, and this is part of the how our central bank want to digitalize this financial service sector in the country. What the target for up to 2025, right? This is actually I got this from the central bank itself. Everyone, every level of society would be benefited from here, right? Future-proof key digital infrastructure, support more vibrant digital financial service landscape, strengthening cyber security, support greater use of technology for regulation and supervision, and then in the end have desired outcome for targeted for 2026. Or this is up to 2026 because it started off with 2021, 2026. This is the blueprint they have. Financial inclusion, finance for transformation, and finance for sustainability. This is from central bank itself. I got it from the blueprint of central bank itself. So we're going into that direction, not just for Malaysia. I'm sure that numbers of ASEAN countries going to that direction. So the third part, right? This halfway day, the third part, this will be not very long because the second part, fintech, a lot of things to be told about. I try to link these three. The pandemic happens for the good cause. We can look at the very positive way, and how I link that to SMEs, how we linked it to fintech, which is very much related to my main topic. So I bring the picture of fintech, I bring the picture of the environment, the landscape in Malaysia, try to combine now, try to integrate them together to build a very good research knowledge and research convergence. I put in my slides some year starting 2020 already put in my slide this one, but it's still the important part. Who lead the digital transformation in your company? Perhaps the answer today after 2020 will be COVID-19. Who lead that transformation faster, moving faster, not just for the SMEs, but for the rest of the industry itself. Okay, all right. This is based on our the country my digital blueprint, right? My digital blueprint, the future of my digital blueprint in the country up to 2030. The target is actually to have this. This is the end target for the rakyat, means that for the people, for the society, create 500,000 jobs, 100% household with access to internet. All students have access to online learning, despite whether we have pandemic or non-pandemic. The hybridity, what we are doing here right now, going to be a permanent thing, not just because we have this COVID or something like that related to that, or some of the health crisis forthcoming one. We're going to focus on online learning. No, it can be done like what we are doing here, and what's going to be in the future in a more hybrid way. In the business, this is the target. For the government, that's the target. For them, this is under the blueprint. Just to share with you, right? And this is the blueprint up to 2030. This is the target. What they're going to do. What the government want to do in this country. The kind of blueprint to follow. Which one we can align to, and the company, the SMEs, the firms going to have to align with all this blueprint together. So that going forward, right? Like you see here, down here, the country right now are moving into phase 1 to aim to accelerate the adoption towards strengthening the digital foundation needed for rapid and smooth rollout in phase 2 and 3. So phase 1 is about infrastructure, certainly. We have the infrastructure, the country have the infrastructure, started off certainly before the pandemic, but have to increase more on digital foundation, the infrastructure, the people, and so on, the expertise and whatnot related to that. Phase 2 and in phase 2 will be 2023 to 2025, driving further the digital transformation and inclusion across the digital economy, emphasizing inclusivity among the rakyat, among the society. Rakyat is a society, and all level of business, means that everyone includes. So this is a very general blueprint that applies to all in the country. That's the aim. This target is that's the second phase. The third phase is about charting the pathway to strong, sustainable growth in the decade to come, positioning Malaysia to become a regional market producer of digital product, digital solution provider. So first you build the foundation. Foundation already there. Now strengthening the foundation, make sure more and so on. And then the second part will be more on the impact towards inclusivity, and the third phase will be on sustainable. Means that you have to sustain all those things. Those are way forward for the future, and this can be another very good topic to be done. Not on that perspective. And this is from Central Bank homepage itself. They support financial inclusion, support the SMEs, means that there's a financing ecosystem that exists, and also by this is also by Central Bank, but supported further by SME Corporation. In Malaysia here we have SME Corporation, which I'm sure similarly to Indonesia and the rest of ASEAN country, because SMEs are very, very important towards the country growth in any country in this world. So build up the capacity and then get the financing and then move on with a support from government, private sector and so on. And then after that, they slowly move up the ladder from there, slowly for the digital transformation itself. Especially through this pandemic itself, there's a numbers of initiative and support by the government itself here in Malaysia. I'm talking about here in Malaysia. Yeah, moving forward here. This is by SME Corporation. They have this. I found this in their homepage. They talk about how SME technology financing program means that this SME Corporation, one part of the activities is to train these newcomers, train this small, medium industry enterprise owner to evolve in financial technology, and then to help them to build themselves, lay the foundation so that they can work step by step with them. Work step by step. Work not just step by step, but hand in hand to help them to boost up their business. They have this kind of program under SME Corporation, under Central Bank, and under the government, under the one of the ministry actually here in the country itself, right? And this have been done. Also, I think also, if I'm not mistaken, the university also involved. The universities in Malaysia also involved directly in this kind of thing to help to build this kind of entrepreneur in the university, and then slowly for them to deliver that in the market, and then to have their product or services. Right. This is one part of the things that have been done, and this is a very, very important things. Not by me. It's actually written quite recently. Also talks about digitalization actually accelerated by the pandemic has created a fertile ground for fintech and SMEs to form mutually beneficial partnership. This is something that I want to bring my whole one of my central theme of my talk today is about how digitalization, how fintech, how SME, how pandemic actually are integrated in that sense, and it's a very positive moving forward, because this actually is by EY, a report by EY, and it's very true that you can see that actually digitalization have been accelerated. Have moved much more further because of the pandemic. Yeah, certainly. If imagine that pandemic don't happen in 2020 up to right now, we're still moving forward with this digitalization, not just the SMEs, but everyone else, including ourselves. But perhaps it's not as fast as if no pandemic. With the pandemic, everything moves faster, like this online platform itself. Right, 2 years ago, in 2020, early 2020, I never used Zoom myself. I never used Zoom itself. But right now, Zoom is on our fingertips, right? In the phone, everywhere we go, Zoom. Right, let's do Zoom meeting. Let's do Zoom meeting with our friends and so on and so on. So it's become quite common to have this meeting. Not just Zoom, we learn a lot of other apps along the way. Not just for learning, not just for the class, but for doing a lot more than that today. And the technology have been really embedded in our life, at least for myself. I'm not sure for your part. And this financial, the finance side and so on related to that, right? So it have bring forward, and it's become, as what this author says, become a fertile ground, very fertile, fertility, very high, means that it's going to grow more and more after this, and it's going to be a very, very exciting research paradigm and topics to do now and the future itself. Right, as moving forward to my some of the article that I found that might related to my topic that I want to share, talks about small business, like this one published in Journal of Small Business and Entrepreneur by Taylor and Francis, talks about small business awareness, adoption of state-of-art technology, emergence of developing countries, lesson from COVID. Means that this article proved that the SMEs, the technological advancement, the digitalization becoming a need. It's no longer an option. It's not an alternative anymore. Becoming a need, becoming part of the need. Right? You have business today. You have the if you are going to have a business or going to have a business in the future, you must think of the digital side of it also, not just the physical side. Both sides is important, equally important. Same thing goes to learning today. In the university, we are coming back to face-to-face. Like here in UNIMAS itself, students are coming back face-to-face in class, but we cannot forget our digital class. I mean, means that the online class itself. Both equally important. Same thing goes to firms, same thing goes to this kind of businesses and so on. Right, moving next. All right, this another important article actually also talks about is fintech providing effective solution for small medium enterprise in the ASEAN country. The article actually says yes, it's an important solution. As they call it, they don't call solution, they call it important collusion, important partnership between SMEs, fintech, especially in the pandemic time and moving forward. Means that things are getting into that direction. So this article also published in 2022 in a very important journal, also supporting this notion, supporting this idea, supporting this hypothesis that I try to bring forward. Same thing here. This article published in 2021 talks about it's a bibliometric study, literature review study, very, very important, talk about trend and direction of fintech. What they suggest in the article, this is published in 2021. Some of it have been done or doing it. Using fintech to achieve SDG, identify limitation, and so on and so on. A lot more here. Talks about green tech, talks about green financing, circular economy related and whatnot. These are all possible research topics. Again, right? So the last part, very short. This part, sustainable future. I have this picture. Means that I think this picture shows have a different meaning. Sustainable future. How are we going to see this in the future for the fintech, for this impact of pandemic, for the SMEs, for everyone that get involved here. Right. This is actually also a summary by a report. Actually, if I know, this one was by either World Bank or IMF also, right? That talks about inclusivity, that talks about how policy option, that talks about how SMEs plays an important role in that sense, for in fintech, how it can go through integration for that particular direction. So it shows a very, very, an important part, SMEs and the fintech adoption and the future, right? And certainly when we talk about sustainable future, that everyone, the research area would try to link back to the SDG, which is Sustainable Development Goals. This is still part of how this fintech could actually be used, or fintech actually how can be can accelerate this process of going into sustainable development. Has the pandemic actually accelerated the needs of SDG? The answer is yes for me. Have fintech also accelerated the needs for SDG? The answer is yes, and the other way around. So there's two-way causality, means that perhaps the fintech would cause SDG, SDG would call fintech also. It can be a moderator, mediating, and so on and so on. Whatever modeling variables that you try to use. In that sense, you can can have a look how we're going to impact the people, the planet, the partnership, the peace, and prosperity for the countries, for the world itself. So my key message that I've been presenting for the past nearly 1 hour here, again, thank you very much for this opportunity, is that I looked at fintech adoption to promote business sustainability for SMEs. A lot of articles actually have proved such, means that this is the direction moving forward. This is the route, and surely the route might not be very straight. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit of hilly, but moving into that direction, right? The pandemic actually have pushed further forward into not just agility, adaptability, transformation of digital front, very important for the SME. Again, like I say, not just for the SMEs, actually for everyone, including you and me and everyone who's going to start perhaps a startup, a business, SMEs, even a big company. Digital transformation is good, something good, because we have started that before the pandemic. Right? I always tell people, imagine that we don't have this technology in 2020. Imagine we don't have Zoom in 2020. Imagine we don't have Google Meet and all those other apps that we are using for class, teaching class, especially in education, in higher education. We don't have all these things. Imagine that in 2020. I'm not sure what's going to happen to us in 2 years' time. Stay at home doing nothing, no technological, no phone, no, and so on. That will be something interesting to find, to figure out, right? SDG, number 4 here, SDG could be a collaborative model for fintech and SMEs, means that it can become a very good model, variable, perhaps, that can be included in your research. And it's also, for me, serve as a global commitment solution for the 5 Ps that mentioned just now. Number 5 here, and last one here, is pandemic SMEs fintech integration provide opportunities for knowledge convergence, as I've been mentioning that, and in research and research exploration and journey, is that we should start something now, right? Or in the near future, right? And I leave all of you with this final quote, not by me, by Charles Darwin, that talks about, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survive. It is the one that most adaptable to change that going to survive. Means that we have to change. We individuals have to change. I have to change. You have to change. The businesses have to change. The educators have to change. The administrators have to change. The world have to change for the benefit for all, and for the future direction of like what if we want to achieve on sustainable development goals. We have to change to adapt properly into all these scenarios. The pandemic actually have teach us we have to adapt. We have to change, right? And whatever we do today, whatever we decide today, is for sustainable future. Is for sustainable future. Whatever we decide, whatever we do today, is for sustainable future, right? So with that, thank you very much for today. I'm very grateful. If you have any question, you always can. I'll try my best to respond. You can always email me. I can send this slide back again to the organizer after this. And thank you very much for today. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Evan Lau, for the insightful presentations. So basically, Dr. Evan touched about the rise of the fintech and how its impact to the economic and financial sector, especially in the context of Malaysia. With the current issue of how pandemic affect the fintech and small and medium enterprises also. So it is interesting to know that the importance of fintech in this digital era to the economic sector, especially during the pandemic. As how you mentioned just now, that pandemic has made the fintech grow faster. So to all the participants who have the questions, you can type it into the Zoom chat box or use the raise your hand features in the Zoom. And also to all the participants in this venue, you can ask the questions by raising your hands. So we have one participant from the Zoom, Miss Angia Permata-Noman. You can ask the Professor Evan Lau your questions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the chance. Good day, Professor Evan Lau. Your presentation topics is interesting. So my name is Angelia from Indonesia. If I may ask your advice, if from the investor point of view that about to invest in a fintech company, what aspects that need to be considered more in order to keep the investor security safe? Thank you.
Right. You are asking on investor perspective, right? Investor perspective. What your question is about what's the benefit, is it actually? Can you repeat that part? Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. What is the question about the investor? What's your question actually?
So actually in Indonesia now, there is some new fintech fintech companies, and they're searching for investor to join them like that. So as an investor candidate, what should we consider more before we join them in order to keep our security like that? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think from that perspective, I might give this is from my perspective. Perhaps the government itself might have a different indicator to follow. This is from my perspective itself, is that I think investor normally will look into any potential investor will look into why I want to invest in your company. Whether it's a fintech or non-fintech will be most importantly is that the future of your company. 5 years down the road, what you're going to do, your plan. Are you going to make a profit? What you're going to involve in? What's your plan in for that particular company plan? I think that's the most important thing that investors should look about, the plan itself. The planning must be there. Despite that, the company maybe is just a startup, a fintech startup, no problem. But perhaps if the future and these people who involve are very enthusiastic, are very hardworking, working into this direction, the investor can see that future. I think the investor would be able to invest. That's one. The second one would also be important is that what sort of things that you get involved, the fintech itself, right? I think the investor can easily do the background check, right? Do the background check on these people, right? I think maybe you get involved in that, or you do background check on these people, whether they are really doing what they are doing, or just take some money and run away. So you can easily check. And like I said just now, I'm sure the government, if not those regulated, the regulation should have a kind of indicator to follow before any investor want to invest. If there is no regulation yet, and I'm pretty sure any government, perhaps in Indonesia, in Malaysia, would come out with this regulation. The regulation must be there, so that it's clear what they're doing, and so on and so on. It must be legal and everything else. I think there are the few important things I think I can share. Other than that, because I don't have that kind of experience myself, but that is what I'm looking. If I'm the investor, I will look into what you want in the future. You tell me what you're going to do, then I invest in you. Right? But what more interesting model today? Let's say just now investing. Now I'm thinking of something else. There's a kind of model today. Even for the startup, model, for the startup, there is here in and I'm pretty sure it exists in Indonesia also. We have here the kind of company. It's one company actually. They're linked with the startup, but this company is like a service, like a middle person. So they have investor, let's say investor A put some money inside here, put some money inside this company, but this company is not the startup. It's just service the startup. The startup will need the money, and then you park your money here, and then this money actually used for this startup. And then what you get as an investor, you get the interest back. Whether it's on the Islamic perspective and so on and so on. So this kind of thing. So this company, the company in the middle actually link between the link between the investor or potential investor and the startup itself. It's here in this country. Not sure whether it's Indonesia or not, but I'm pretty sure it's a kind of peer-to-peer, P2P types of things. But we don't invest 1 million or a 1 million USD or not like that. We can just invest, let's say 500 USD. We invest 500 USD, but there's a lot of investor, normal people like you and me, invest small amount of money, put inside here into the account. You open an account, then this money will be channeled to these firms, whoever that need the money, and then when they have the when they earn the profit, and they will transfer back here based on how much you invest. Right? So I think this model will be much more interesting because it's involved peer-to-peer and also involve crowdfunding. Sounds like crowdfunding. All right. Thank you very much for the question, Angelia.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Evan Lau, for answering her questions. So next questions.
Thank you for moderator for the time. Thank you, Prof. Ivan Lau. As one of accounting student audience here who should know more about newest issue about fintech product, I want to ask this question. Prof. Ivan Lau, I hear that in the beginning you said the one of product which is crypto. What do you think about crypto, Prof? As you said before, there are many kind of product that using fintech nowadays in Malaysia. Do people in Malaysia have know a lot about that product, and have the Malaysia government support a lot too to this kind of product to grow among the society, or crypto is still a scary of fintech product? I could see in Malaysia fintech map in 2022 there are any kind of crypto product there. Could you share to us here about that product? Thank you, Prof. Ivan Lau.
Thank you for that question. They live in the whole day. It's very interesting to see that. This is how again I relate back to what we have today. The technology enable us actually to connect with all these things. So when I talk about the fintech landscape just now, I talk about crypto. Crypto is something I think I think everyone knows about crypto, but we do not know much about the we do not know much actually about what is inside this cryptocurrency and related to that. I might not be the best person talks about this cryptocurrency, but what I know is that we in Malaysia, despite that I put up just now the fintech landscape in Malaysia, the fintech landscape in Malaysia just now, right? The fintech landscape in Malaysia just now was, we do not have might get some let's say just now might get something not 100% accurate, but as far as I know, we don't really have a cryptocurrency that is registered in Malaysia, right? Yet, as far as I know. I think different from Indonesian side. we have all those product, but one part of it is also part of cryptocurrency. But as far as I know, they have this system offered, but I'm not sure whether they are registered in Malaysia or not, or they are using this system to offer that cryptocurrency. If you see there in the landscape just now, there's one part of blockchain cryptocurrency. Yes, this trading happens. Yes, the issue is always about security. Yes, the issue is always about scary because it's crypto, because it seems like not really regulated. But I think every country in this world today are going into that direction to regulate the crypto, regulate the what we call as a Bitcoin, and related to that. Not just Malaysia, Indonesia, ASEAN country, the whole world looking into that. This regulation itself. We have here in Malaysia, but don't think the people, including myself, not really clear about the regulation that exists. But as far as I know, we do not really. I've not really get involved with cryptocurrency. I've never invested in crypto, never used crypto yet. But this is the future that we're looking into. This is the future that we're looking into, and some way, somehow, we might use it, perhaps for investment, perhaps for transferring money, perhaps for other types of transaction kind of a product that come out of it, other than digital currency, right? That's quite similar, but not really the same in the sense. The crypto, because you use encryption, means that you must have a kind of password to access to that, and so on and so on. So it's still, I would say that it's still very much new, although not very new here in this country. That there's a numbers of companies actually offers this kind of thing, this kind of services, and depending on what the need that can be get. So the regulation is there as far as I know, but not everyone in the country knows about it, including myself, because I don't get involved. So if you get involved, perhaps we might know. If you buy some, if you invest in some, or you have involved in the transaction, perhaps there will be something interesting to move forward. I will not be able to talk more about that, but there's a numbers of things today that we can do with all this crypto itself. Right? So I think that's my response for now. But thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Professor Evan Lau. I also wanted to ask a similar question actually for cryptocurrency, because it was volatile, the characteristic is volatile. And also I wanted to ask if we can implement it uniformly, such as credit or debit card in the future. So from your perspective, what do you think?
Yeah, like I say, thank you very much for that question, Ms. Azrin and the rest here. I think our common issue as myself also is that the trust issue perhaps might not be there yet. Trust. Like how we don't really trust online banking 5 years ago or 10 years ago when it started. When the bank say, or perhaps I use another example of credit card. When credit card exists some years ago, the credit company, the bank, financial sector offers credit card. You buy things, you swipe, and then you pay. In the end of the month, you cannot pay, we charge interest, and so on and so on and so on. So I think the issue about trust is there. And today, the fintech development technology, not just the technology, but the sector itself, the financial sector itself, have moved so vibrant, have moved so dynamic, that the issue of trust still there. But the thing is that, like I said, I think one of the model just now was in the beginning we trust the government because government provide everything, and then we trust the system, and then we trust the technological. The technological, and then nowadays, perhaps we can we can leave, we can put aside all these things, because transaction perhaps in the future will be very much private, as we're still doing it right now. Like crypto itself and related to that are very much private itself. Yet despite that we do the transaction through a system, but this system supposed to be encrypted, it's supposed to be safe, supposed to be not hackable. That's what they offer. Blockchain, not me. That's what they say. Blockchain cannot be hacked. But I might not be trust 100%. But that's what they want to offer. Because why? It go through a lot of block. This block, one block to this block to this one, and through this section. And they don't go through all this government, financial sector or what not related. And each point of it have their own, perhaps use password and so on related. That's how the whole system works. Like I see it through like that. In that sense, perhaps we should be able to put that trust, despite that the price of the crypto might not be so stable, because this one very much related to demand and supply. So it's still very much volatile, because I think we don't really have clear things what it can be done, what's the impact, what's the revolution, how big it's going to expose in the future, or now. So I think every one of us, in the end of the day, need to trust, need to have that kind of trust. Despite that, we might still have this in mind, like, I don't trust. Like how we don't trust the government, how we don't trust the banks and so on. So same thing, how we don't trust this thing at the beginning. But when things moving forward, I'm pretty sure that we're going to use this in the future. We're going to use this in the future as an option of payment and all those related. So we have to trust it, like how we trust online banking. And I'm sure there's always the kind of security things that they're going to introduce more in the future for people to adapt into that. But certainly there's always a loophole. But there's another storyline, right? But I think our issue is about trust itself, right? Thank you very much for that. I think there's a question.
There is one question from Dr. Estu Widawati through the Zoom chat box to Professor Evan. She wanted to know about the issue of social finance as new sustainability model linked to the fintech and SME. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Estu from Indonesia. From certainly Indonesia here. I think it's a very important issue today on social finance and related to that. And as I mentioned just now, we can we can embed actually the model of SDG, sustainability model, inside this social finance, inside this financial inclusion and related variables that you want to introduce perhaps. But how are we going to measure it? That's perhaps another story. What's the indicator of social finance? That's another issue. But what important is that, true as what you say, and I agree on that, it's becoming more important today, because it seems like we are talking about the direction that we are heading to right now are talking about sustainable growth. But then on the same time, we have to provide financial finance itself or any other field have to provide a social inclusion itself, right? To involve everyone, means that everyone have the benefit, not just certain people, certain quarters of it. So how it can link to fintech is that the financial technology, the technology itself actually supposed to bring something positive towards this direction, towards this social finance, towards this new sustainable model or sustainability model using SDG perhaps, or using ESG and link to SMEs. Because SMEs, why we always link to SMEs or MSMEs is because they are the most important establishment of business in any country, especially Malaysia, Indonesia included. So that's where perhaps things can start for people. I mean, I always believe that we start small. So we start SMEs. So we start SMEs, we start the fintech in SMEs, we start digital transformation SMEs, because we start small and we put this social finance inside there, perhaps green tech, green technology, green financing, and related model inside the variable. Yeah, for me, this is something for moving forward, and it will be becoming a very good research topic to explore, Dr. S2. Thank you very much. That's my view.
Thank you, Professor Evans. Any other question? Yes, from the floor. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator, for the time. Prof. Ivan, I want us to two questions. The first is, could you explain to us why Malaysia have claimed the country as a leader of Islamic fintech product? What kind of the product that Malaysia have already prepared? Could you tell so to us? And the second question is there any related issue about fraud in Malaysia about fintechs? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that particular two important question. Perhaps I will not be able to respond 100% because I don't have the data with me or the product, especially on Islamic fintech. What sort of product that we have? I mean, as I shown just now in my slide, the one that I get from the central bank itself, and the related reliable sources talking about what the product that the government or what already exists inside that I fintech in Malaysia. The product that I show you just now, few of it is already there, like especially in the payment system and related to peer-to-peer, the kind of investment or lending itself, especially towards the startup, towards the SMEs itself. I think that's what we have here in the country. And I'm not really sure about the word leader in fintech. I don't think I said that out. I don't think that I don't think as a Malaysian, I don't think we can claim that we are the leader in Islamic fintech in Malaysia. Even, I mean, I don't dare to claim that we are the leader. Perhaps, yeah, because Indonesia would have more the kind of product itself. Looking into the data just now, 2018 data by the IMF, they show that actually the investment or the numbers actually more than Malaysia, a lot more. What we say, what I in the report saying that fintech in Malaysia is actually just a start, both just starting, just as a baby, but growing tremendously, growing steadily. But certainly Indonesia would have much to offer in that sense. But what the country leaders always say here in this country is about it can be an important Islamic finance and banking hub. That is what they say. Important hub, but not the leader. Not that one, I do not really agree on that part. That's what I can respond the first one. The second one is about you're asking about fintech fraud. Oh, this is something interesting to explore. It's a new research area. We have fraud. I think we have my friend just now, I think Prof. Corina also have some research related to fraud on accounting, especially accounting. I mean, on that side, but it's something very, very interesting to explore. Fraud in fintech, something new. I've never, I did not, it didn't occur to me yet, but there's something to explore. Perhaps we might already have fraud in fintech company or related. I don't have the data, like I told you. I don't have with me, but it's something to explore. Perhaps that would be something good to explore for you, your team, or anyone else could take up this one. Fintech fraud. That's very good to explore, right? But thank you very much for this question.
Thank you, Professor Evan, for your answer. Any question from the floor?
Thank you for your time. I'm a student of Magister of Economic Development. So I want to ask to Professor Evan Lau about Islamic vintage. I see in your presentation, Malaysia reached first ranking on Global Islamic Vintage Index, but in Indonesia only can reach third ranking. As we know, Indonesia mostly the society of is Muslim, yeah, in Indonesia. So could you share to us how the government regulation of Malaysia and people respond or acceptance, and the important things to grow the Islamic vintage that we can apply in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this question also related back to the previous question. We talk about leader. Perhaps you can see the slide just now. There's the word leader there in Islamic fintech. So perhaps it might affecting our friend here in Indonesia. So, but again, what I say just now, I have to stress this part. If you see this report, this was a report, and I can find this. This so-called article that used this report is that it says that Malaysia ranking as Global Islamic Finance Index. We have to see what is inside the indicator, which I'm not, I'm not familiar with. But what I'm trying to bring this picture again, I have to stress this thing. One thing out is that the country, Malaysia itself, has always been pushed. The government have always pushed on the Islamic finance and Islamic banking industry for some years already, even before the pandemic. I think it has been there for more, have been pushed for more than 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, that into that direction. I'm not sure about Indonesia, so I can't compare what happened in Indonesia, right? But in Malaysia itself, the country or the government actually wanted to become the champion of this Islamic banking and finance. So I would see that as a correlation towards fintech in fintech, Islamic fintech, in that sense, in that particular sense, because I push that much. There's numbers of investment coming in. There's numbers of setting up, and the banks actually have also have this Islamic banking side, and a lot actually in the country, actually Indonesia too. So they try very hard to move into the direction. So with this fintech come into picture, so I would guess that this way Malaysia itself are ranked number one. I'm not sure where's the ranking of Indonesia. In that particular sense, I guess the ranking are based on number one. So what sort of regulation perhaps have been done? Again, I want to confirm back, it's not just per se about Islamic fintech. It's about previously we have Islamic banking and finance, which actually specialize on this part and try to be part of the, like I told you, the hub for this championing in this particular field. So in that sense, it had brought up also directly this Islamic fintech, despite that it just been started for past few years. If you see the earlier report by IMF says that Malaysia actually just on infancy in that sense, but the opportunity and the investment are getting more and more into this direction. And this Islamic fintech landscape just now, this is based on 2020, right? And 2020 data itself, and it says there here, the government regulators recognize the potential lies in Islamic fintech market and be taking initiative to spur the growth of the industry. Means that more have been done. If it's on the regulation side also, if you see the regulation side just now, especially on the central bank, they're moving forward into that because there's a blueprint that talks about this, this part also, right? Although it's just been starting. And again, I cannot compare with Indonesia because I don't have the information on Indonesia side. So from the country itself, as you see just now, I mean plotted up is growing in that sense, right? Is growing, but if in terms of Islamic, the data that I did show in one of the report just now earlier in my presentation was talking about Islamic fintech startup. Indonesia have the largest one, not Malaysia, but perhaps the indicator shows the overall thing, not just the startup itself, but the investment, the money coming in, and related. So we have to look into the indicator, what is actually inside this global Islamic fintech index. Then we know what's the real story. For me, I do not know the. I just take this. I do not this or go into detail on that part. Right? That's my response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Evans. Actually, I agree that Malaysian government has pushed us to use Islamic banks. As you know that university students in Malaysia prefer to open Islamic bank account to access their student loans. So thank you for your answers, and thank you. Any other questions from Zoom and from the floor?
I am Dian Miss from Batam. I want to ask to Mr. Evan Low. Mr. My voice is clearly or not?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. According many reference and many phenomena in Indonesia right now, suicide because many fintech, many allowance by fintech in Indonesia right now make risky. The risky of fintech is faster than change to behavior, change to mindset. So that I think this is very, very negative fintech. It's happened in Indonesia right now. I don't know about Malaysia or other country, but what I feel, what I read, it's happened. Many suicide happen in Indonesia because due to the fintech in illegal. According to you, how the solution should the Indonesian or government do to reduce the phenomena like this? Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you for the very difficult question. So if I be able to answer this, I think I can become one of the minister in your country. Anyhow, I'll try to respond as from my perspective. I do not have the data of this side of the coin about these social issues related to fintech directly, but it's something very, very interesting to explore, especially in research. You know, what you say perhaps can be a very good motivation of study for research, for master's, PhD, or perhaps for publication itself. If the data is there that link suicide and fintech, perhaps if they fell in fintech, maybe one scenario fell in fintech, the suicide, or or the investor actually have lost a lot of money in fintech, they went for suicide as a solution. But I don't have the data like I told you, but it's something interesting to explore from the part of research, from the part of research. But from the part of regulator, from the part of government side regulator, perhaps this is where we need to have a better exposure of actually what is fintech all about. What is fintech all about? What it can offer, and what's the implication? I mean everything about this. And perhaps that's the job of the government, to explain to the people what is legal fintech, what is illegal fintech, perhaps, and so on and so on and so on. What can be invest, what not to be invest, what not to be going into, because there's always something legal and illegal along this side. I mean, don't say about fintech. Any business, any industry itself would have this kind of thing. So perhaps it involved in that side of the coin, which is very much illegal. Then you get your money lost, and then perhaps it goes into suicide, perhaps in that sense, social issues and whatnot related. So it's something to explore. It's something good to explore, the negative impact of fintech, because fintech not always just about bright sky, not just about bright sky. Sometimes can be very cloudy, sometimes can rain, sometimes flood happen. I try to put that analogy. Not just bright sky and not just sunny every day. Not every day is sunny for fintech, and it's a lot of perhaps there's a lot of dark side of fintech also, not just the bright side of fintech. So something to explore. Very good for research. Research paradigm. I just bring up this issue so that you and everyone else can perhaps take up the challenge and explore. So if moving forward from here is to ensure that what importantly fintech supposedly to offer, not just fintech, is to link how to link that fintech, like how I link back to our central bank model of this blueprint, the financial technology, or the master plan, financial master plan blueprint for Central Bank of Malaysia. They want to have finance inclusivity, means that everyone get involved with the fintech, with the technology, and also sustainable. So in the end of the day, that's the positive side. The negative side, something for us to explore as a researcher, something for the regulator to think about. If such thing happen, how they're going to counter. That's for them to think about how to solve this problem on the ground, and so on. If such a thing a lot, then it should be reported. Reported, and then action should be taken by your government, by the Indonesian side of it. That's what I can say. But thank you very much for the question, Dian.
Thank you very much for the questions, Budian, and also Professor Evan Lau for your answer. Any questions from the floor? Zoom? Any questions through the Zoom? So there's no more questions. I guess this is the end of our sessions today. So based on presentations, Dr. Evan's presentations, I think we need to adapt to the changes from fintech or digital banks. So like you mentioned earlier, that we need to trust regulator for the new products, although the characteristics of the product may be volatile. Now, before we end of these sessions, I will pass this to the master of the ceremony, Mbak Amelia.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zasmin. Thank you, Professor Evan Lau, for sharing with us here today. And thank you to Ms. Zasmin for conducting this amazing discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the committee already shared the attendance link. Please, to all participants, can fill the attendance form. The next agenda is break session. After this, we will continue to the parallel session for paper presentation. To all presenters, please can join again in the same link. at 2 p.m. to proceeding the parallel session. We will guide you to the parallel room through breakout room in this link. Thank you for making time to join us here today. And participating in this webinar. But before we end the session, I'll pass the certificate to Professor Evan Lau. Certificate of Appreciation. Thank you, Professor Evan Lau. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making time to join us here today and participating in this webinar. As the fourth ICBE 2022 committee, we apologize if there is any inconvenience. We wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Evan.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I hope to go to Solo very soon. Goodbye. See you.
Ladies and gentlemen, gentle reminder, after this,